What up, what up, what up, everybody? Peace, 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 people. I'm going to wait a little bit to see if anybody else will be present for my letter. I hope to get likes so that I can share it with y'all. I don't know what it is about people that don't want to support somebody that is a truth bearer and someone that is fighting tooth and nail for Black Americans to have their own narrative and have their own belief of what they want to do with their life, who they want to be called by, and who we want to be associated with. So many times in the last, since 2018, I've been bombarded on social media with so much ridiculousness from Africans and Pan-Africans galore, to the point where I have been building a case, making notes of everything that I've been seeing. I wrote to the Congressional Black Caucus back in 2021, did not even so much as get a acknowledgement, nothing, an email, nothing. So I knew this go around, let me just get rid of you, dumbass. Okay, let me put you on out forever. Bye, dummy. So anyways, they didn't acknowledge me at all. Democrats have gotten to the point where they can just be so disrespectful and there is never, ever no consequence. Well, you know, those days might be turning, because the fact of the matter is they have decided to go behind our back and to allow this President Mahama to have this belief that he somehow is a part of our history and our family without our consent, without our blessing. And I've seen enough. I've seen enough. This is why I did petition President Trump on my own You know, a lot of people like to talk real good on social media, but they don't do nothing outside of social media, which is really sad. Because nobody gets nothing done without actually hitting the ground and without actually trying to converse with the people that's actually in power. You cannot sit on social media day in and day out and talk about your complaints about what's going on against you.
You're absolutely right. It's a massive time sink.
Oh, what is this? Oh my God, my phone just started talking without. Wow, that was different, y'all. Wow, that's a sign from God, I hope. Anyways, okay, so 2018 is when I came to YouTube, when I noticed propaganda on social media concerning our identity. Here in America, Black Americans were bombarded, bullied, antagonized, bashed, threatened about our identity needing to become African by so many walks of life, people that are not even American, people that don't even live in America, people that have nothing to do with my ins and out day all my life. But somehow they felt emboldened to get up on social media day in and day out, talking in different platforms, debating, bashing, accusing, saying that we were hatreds of Africans or Afrophobic is a new term I didn't know. Xenophobic is a new term that I learned. And all these things were thrust upon us throughout the duration of this time. And basically, I've come to understand is that, you know, Africa is in dire straits. They have been in many days, years, months, decades, centuries, because they have decided to be a part of other people's countries instead of building their own continent. Without sacrifice, you can't build where you are from. And many of these Africans have come to America, come to the UK, have come to Canada and so forth, everywhere. I don't think there's not one place that an African is not at. But the point is that they want to colonize Black Americans. They're trying to come into this lie propaganda of unity and love for the family and Pan-Africanism when it's not practiced at all over there. Just, I mean, if you want to say Burkina Faso, I guess a little bit with Mali and Niger, at least they're trying to do something new. I'll give them that. We'll see how that holds up. But my point is that West Africa, of all areas of the continent, is by no stretch of the imagination resembles anything Pan-Africanism. And for these people, specifically West Africans, to come on platforms and argue with Black Americans about what we doing, about what we call ourselves, about why won't we invest, why won't we think about our birthright over there, and all this crap talk, while they don't do it themselves. All these people sitting nice and prissy up in the UK and America with their feet up on the couch, telling us that we need to go to Africa. We need to build the Africa that they want. We need to be a part of their family, which gave me the understanding that they basically wanted to, again, pimp us. They would like and desire to have authority over us. And I'm not going out like that. I'm not co-signing none of that. I don't give a damn what type of deal that you have made with the Democrats. I don't care what kind of deal you have made with so-called Pan-Africans from years ago, from recent times. It doesn't matter. My consent in my life, in my autonomy, will be held by my authority and nobody else's. And everybody else that feels like me, which is millions of us, are fighting back on social media, but they're not fighting off of YouTube or TikTok or whatever. I'm hoping that this will bring about people to correlate together, look for an international lawyer so that we can go ahead and get an official cease and desist to these perpetrators, these Congressional Black Caucus people, these Democrats, these President Mahama, the African Union, all these people that think that they're going to ensnare and they're going to capture Black Americans against our will. That's not happening on my watch. So that's why I potentially wrote to President Trump, because I'm tired of all this strain and ill will feeling I'm getting from how they're harassing us and causing anxiety and anger to build. And it's bothersome. I don't really care if you guys don't get it. It is what it is. My point of view is that Africans that fled Africa while Trump is having y'all go back home and check in with the green card issues and with the deportation issues and the visa issues and all these other things that's going on right now, it's a good time for y'all to coalesce together, to strategize among your own, gather your own on the continent, and get into building the Africa that y'all desire. Stop trying to insert Black Americans against our will. You're going to have to stop doing that, President Mahama. You're going to have to stop doing that, the Democrats. You're going to have to stop doing that, the Congressional Black Caucus. And I'm going to get to the letter a little bit later. I want my people that are down for what I'm talking about to be present, I hope, a little bit later. But first, we're going to look at President Trump's cabinet meeting. I'm not going to play the whole thing in its entirety, but I think it's important to kind of check in with what he is doing and what he's talking about. And then a little bit later, we will talk about my letter that I received from President Trump and had signed from him, as you can see the envelope in the thumbnail. And I would hope that other people would do the same. All of us have the capacity to write a petition. All of us have the capacity to fax stuff or make calls, to get involved with your future, to try to get what we desire to actually happen. Because it's rigged right now. What's up, The Rock? And what's up, the young lady, Angel, or guy? I think it's a lady. Thank you, Angel. If you're a guy or a lady, I can't tell. But I appreciate you being here. And I appreciate you, The Rock, for being here. Yes, he did. He really acknowledged it. And I will get to that a little bit later. But first, again, it took a while to get to the point where I felt like I had to write Trump. And we're going to go through the many reasons of why I felt that had to happen. And this video hopefully will get to President Mahama and his people, whoever you are, Ghanaians, you can go ahead and tell him, or other people in your cabinets or whatever the hell, ministers or whatever. Not everybody is going to rock with y'all, period, dot. We don't give a damn about what you envision. We don't give a damn about how you feel, because it's not real and it's not the truth, and the gig is up, and we're not falling for the bullshit. Okay. You're going to have to get the ones that actually go to Ghana, that sign on the dotted line, that get citizenship, that goes and buy land there, that goes and purchase property there, that frequents there, all of that. Those people, you're only going to be able to have some affiliation with. You're not going to have affiliations with somebody like me against my will. And that's why I feel like we now, before the Democrats have a chance to do anything in office to further their shenanigans, we have got to get a lawyer to submit some cease of desist with all these players that's playing in our face and messing up our life. Basically barring us from having anything progressive and successful here in America while benefiting illegals and immigrants over us. And these same immigrants that are melanated, that are having a good time under the Democratic watch, was very disrespectful. They were taunting saying how lazy we were. We didn't have no culture. We ain't nobody. We are baby mamas and criminals and all this other type of crap. And now that the script has been flipped, where they're questioning whether or not they're going to lose their birthright citizenship because of what Trump is doing, President Trump is doing with the Supreme Court coming up, and all the other things that he's doing to dismantle this loophole of ridiculousness of allowing anybody from anywhere to just become citizens of the United States of America and weigh down the citizens with the burden of footing the bill. He's changing from that ridiculousness, and he's resetting the clock. He's making things anew. And while he's doing that, we got to do our part, and we have got to make sure that people understand our narrative, because as it stands right now, it looks and appears like we're all on board with this notion of Pan-Africanism, and that we are claiming to be belonging to Africa because some dumb birds go to Ghana to visit the dungeons and they're all crying. You got celebrities over there raving about how you got to go tap in with your ancestors. No, my ancestors are here in America. The only ones I will acknowledge is the ones that I can get a name, a picture, a death certificate, a marriage certificate, a birth certificate, work, and all these other things here in America. America descendant, those relatives are my ancestors. You and nobody is going to tell me that I have strange ass people from all 10,000 miles away that now they're related to me because you decided. You ain't got that kind of power. You're not my God, and you're definitely not my master. And that's what you guys have been doing, getting away with for far too long, and nobody's checked y'all. Well, guess what? I will be the one, God willing. If I get this international lawyer, watch out, I'm coming. But this is a prelude of a warning to let you know to pump your brakes and gather your own and leave us the hell alone. So let's start now. How you doing, Nikki? Thank you for being here. I'm glad you're here. Appreciate that. I'm kind of going in, okay? You said, I'm so anxious. Please tell me what he said and if he agreed with us. I will tell you, I want more people to be here. And also, it's not that long of a letter, but the point of the matter is he did, in fact, acknowledge me, which is good for our case that's pending, that's going to be happening if these Democrats and this President Mahama continue to go on their shenanigans with thinking that they're not needed, that they don't have to adhere to nothing. You know, they're going to have to pump their brakes, because you, Nikki and The Rock and whoever else wants to join in looking and searching for an international lawyer to take our case, we can get a group to go after these people, to sue if they don't stop, because it's got to stop. They don't have a choice. They don't tell me what to do with my life. You don't come over here as an immigrant from Jamaica and decide for me my destiny dealing with strangers that I don't want to deal with. Yvette Clarke, any of y'all, even if you're a Black American, Al Sharpton, you're not my God. You're not my leader. Our last leaders are gone. You are not our leader. You are a fraudster. You are a wicked, decrepit, and evil-minded individual who is only thinking about himself and his money and not caring about anybody else that's of the bloodline of Black Americans. And so you think you can rub elbows with Africans and President Mahama and the African Union and the Congressional Black Caucus, and everybody has to get in line because you said so? No, it don't work that way, okay? And I'm telling y'all, this is the warning. Be aware, Democrats, I'm coming. Be aware, Congressional Black Caucus, I'm coming. Be aware, President Mahama, I'm coming. If y'all don't pump y'all brakes and stop this bullshit, I'm coming. So without further ado, let's get to the cabinet first. Let me settle my nerves a little bit. I know I'm a little bit emotional, and I'm sorry that if you take this wrong, because a lot of people are so stupid to think that people speaking about unity actually want it. They can't fathom someone just doing a switcheroo, trying to dominate and control a whole nother group by deceit and by lies. They can't fathom that, but I can, okay? And I don't give a damn how nice and sweet the words come out and roll off the lips. I don't give a damn, because again, you need to gather up your own. Stop trying to come for Black Americans that's not even claiming you. We don't claim you. We don't want you. We want to be left alone. So without further ado, we will get to the letter a little bit later, but I hope that you guys will hit that like button, show the support that I never get. Understand that it's up to us here and now in 2026. If you're a grown individual and you're still arguing with Africans every single day about your identity, and you have not done nothing outside of that, you're pretty ridiculous at this point, okay? Because there's stuff that you could be doing, and it's no excuse. If I could do something, you can too. Let's go.
Things, and I have a few words to say to you that I think will be helpful. Last night was incredible, not only Texas, but so many other places. And the numbers were fantastic, and they've really been that way for a year. If you look, hundreds of people won, and almost nobody didn't win. So, but last night was very powerful. So I'm thrilled to welcome everyone to the 12th cabinet meeting of our administration, and we're doing something that no administration's ever done. We're always letting the press join us because we're very open and transparent. We like the word transparent, but we're more transparent than any administration in history. No, to the best of my knowledge, press has never been invited ever to a cabinet meeting for any reason at all. And it's an honor to have you. This team has achieved more than most other administrations achieve in 8 years. We took the most dangerous, unsafe, violent, and open border in the world. Anywhere in the world, there's no border like the border we had. And created the most secure border in the history of our country. We had no people, 12 months now, no people reported in the last 12 months came in illegally. 0 illegal aliens admitted to the United States in the last 12 months. And those charts are made by, you would say, politically unfriendly people. And the reason they don't come in is because nobody comes up, because they know that they're going to be turned away, and if they get in, they're going to be moved out right away. So it's been 0. You're the one that do the reports. I'm actually surprised by the number, because I don't know how it can be 0, but they say it's 0 for the last 12 months. In 2025, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded. So the murder rate was quite high, and we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded, to the lowest level in 125 years. That's the year 1900. And that's despite the fact that many people came in from prisons and from very rough countries and from mental institutions and from lots of other places, drug dealers, others. They came in illegally during the Biden administration. We've gotten many of them out, but we still have some that we're looking for, quite a few that we're still looking for, but we've gotten over 11,888 murderers were allowed into our country. We've gotten a lot of them out. We've gotten some, we put them in jail. We don't even trust the country to send them, because they'll come back in maybe. We put them in jail. 11,888 murders, more than half of which have committed more than one murder. That's what they allowed in. They can never be forgotten for the horrible things they've done to this country. Fentanyl coming across our border is now down by 61%. 61%. And coming in by water, by sea, by ocean is down 97%. Can you imagine? Thanks to our Republican majorities in Congress, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history. All Democrats voted against the tax cuts, putting more money in Americans' pockets this year. The Typical family got tax refunds of nearly almost close to $5,000. The stock market has set 68 all-time record highs since the election. So 68 days, we hit all-time highs. We're right there now. And the average 401k, and that's despite the conflict. I don't call it a war, I call it a conflict. Despite the conflict with Venezuela, who no longer has a Navy, no longer has an Air Force, no longer has a lot of people that were leading the country into very bad places. Their leadership is gone. Their second rung leadership is gone. We're dealing with their third, half of their third, because half of their third is gone too. The average 401k is up almost $30,000 since I took office. So the Americans that are benefiting working today, we have the most working, and we have 401ks at their all-time high. Highest they've ever been. And that goes along with the stock market, which is the highest it's ever been. Under my most favored nation agreements, this is something that I wish the media would talk about, because to me it's one of the biggest things ever to happen in our country. Certainly as to medical, anything having to do with medical, because drug prices, we're delivering record-setting discounts on prescription drugs with price differences of 400, 500, and even 600% at the TrumpRx.gov. We recently added nearly 1,000 low-cost generics to the website. So we have drugs down 400, 500, 600%. Now you could say 80, 90, 70, 60, 50% if you want. There are two ways. It depends on the way you ask the question. But a pill that would sell in Germany or in, let's say, in London for $10, we're selling for here for $130. And I got the countries to all agree. Otherwise, they would have had to pay big tariffs. I don't want to go into it, but I had some very interesting discussions. They said vehemently no, and then when I said, that's all right, we're going to charge you 50% tariff on everything you sell into America, they said, well, like we said, we'll say yes. And every single country agreed, and every drug company agreed. So we have most favored nations. So we were paying the highest drug prices in the world. Now we're paying the lowest drug prices in the world. So that pill that I talked about would go from $10 to $20. The world is bigger than the U.S. Hard to believe, but it's true. So it's not like you cut it in the middle. They just had to go up a little bit, but a little bit is a doubling of a price. So a little bit's a lot. So the pill would go from $10 to $20, and we'd go from $130 to $20. Think of that. So we would get, if you remember, some of you were at the news conference I had in my first term. This hadn't come down in 28 years, and I was the first one to do it. But now I'm getting them down, not 1/8 of a percent. I'm getting them down 400, 500, 600. Or if you want to use it a different way, you could say 70%, 80%, 90%, 50%. Nobody's ever said anything like it. And I got that through, well, everybody knew it was taking place, but we paid the highest prices anywhere in the world. Now we're paying the lowest prices anywhere in the world, and the press refuses to write about it. I think it's the biggest thing. And for healthcare, so much of it is prescription drug prices and drug prices. And with them coming down, the healthcare is going to come down very substantially. We recently added nearly 1,000 low-cost generics too, as I said, and that's 1,000 drugs, and it's all on. And this was not given by me. This was given by Dr. Oz and Bobby, and I wasn't sure whether or not I loved the idea, but they said, we want to use TrumpRx.gov is what it is, and it's the hottest site, I think, anywhere on the planet, from what I understand, Bobby, right? It's really great. People are calling up and they're buying drugs for literally a fraction of the price, and it should be the biggest story. And on that alone, we should win the midterms. On that alone, we should win the midterms. But the press doesn't talk about it. It's the biggest thing to happen in the drug industry ever, maybe. Ever. And the press doesn't even want to write stories about it. We made the largest ever investment in U.S. military, $1 trillion, and we're asking actually for $1.5 trillion for the coming year. And we have the strongest military anywhere in the world, as you know. You saw what we did with Venezuela. That worked out very quickly, and we're doing really equally as well with, but again, people don't want to write about it, with Iran. Iran is very much intent. They want very much to make a deal. So far, they haven't gotten there. We're not satisfied with it, but we will be. We will be either that or we'll have to just finish the job. But their Navy is gone, as I've said 1,000 times. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Everything's gone, and they're negotiating on fumes. But we'll see what happens. Maybe we have to go back and finish it. Maybe we don't. Right now.
No, I didn't get that lucky to have him acknowledged in the cabinet meeting. We'll get to that a little bit later. I kind of like, we're going to break out I want to showcase a little bit later some of the things that brought me to the conclusion of where I feel we need to move next, where I'm intending to do, whether I'm supported or not. I'm going to defend me and my family. I'm going to defend my autonomy against, like I said, the likes of a President Mahama, the likes of any Pan-African globalists, the likes of any other ratchet, reckless immigrant that's in power, shaking hands and acting as if they are going to force us into a Pan-African ideology against our will. Like I said, it's never, ever worked in the history of bringing that bullshit to America. Like I said, Chief Alfred Sam, I think his name was, from Ghana, pulled the same shenanigan, claiming to get people to go to Africa and never materialized, but they got scammed, of course, and some did go there, but they got sick. Some of them died and scammed, and they had to go back to America and start all over again with nothing. And then, of course, you had Marcus Garvey, who always, again, I believe, was brought forth by the UK or British Crown to have him come and introduce this concept alongside of the people here in America talking about Pan-Africanism. It didn't work then, and definitely in 2026 is not up for discussion to work now. But they're trying to make it so without us wanting to be there. Again, you have so many other people that want to be in America. They're fighting tooth and nail to stay here. They're hoping that the birthright citizenship won't be overturned. They're hoping and praying that somehow they'll get lucky and be able to still be here. And these same people are preaching to us about going to Africa because they want to replace us, because they want to trade places with us. It's never been about us being related or brother and sister nonsense. That's just a way of finessing and lying and grifting. And I know it, y'all know it, because we see the writing on the wall. We see what everybody's really trying to do. They're trying to be up over here. But why is our Democrats, Congressional Black Caucus in Ghana trying to get us to go over there? What is going on with this picture? So we're going to deep dive into that and why they have to be sent a cease and desist. They have to be dealt with a lot before the 2028 comes around. Of course, before the new term comes, we got to have in place a lawyer that's going to actually work with us to stop the shenanigans of what the Democrats thinking that they're going to get away with doing. Okay, ain't nobody signed up talking about we want to go to Africa. Ain't nobody talked about repatriating anywhere. But these people are making deals and talking about citizenship and repatriation every time you turn around to Black Americans. But they don't say that to Haitians. They don't say that to other Caribbeans and even the Africans that are fleeing all over the place. They're not gathering up them and hoping that they stay home. So what is it so special about Black Americans going to Africa? Again, they want us gone and they want to be here in our place. That's what it is. That's what it's always been. And then on top of that, they want us to be servants to their debt. They keep looking at the $1.3 trillion and licking their chops and thinking about how many ways can they spend this money over here and that. And y'all need to just get your little grubby, greedy ass asses away from us, because again, it's not your money. We're not your people. We're not obligated to you. We don't owe you nothing, and you're not a possession. We're not your possession, okay? Somehow you guys are acting as if we are, and that's why it's going to be a cease and desist sooner than later. And if y'all continue, then we need to sue somebody. We need to have some group suing, okay? Group, what do you call it? A class action suit is what we're going to end up doing if you guys keep on treading on our rights and on our consent and on our American sovereignty is what I'm going to let you know about, okay? So let's get back to this. Okay, let me read some of your comments, okay? You said we are the prestigious Black group and they want our shine and glory. Exactly. They want to take over what we have accomplished, hide under the umbrella of Blackness and claim that they're the leaders of the Blackness now so that they can have control over us and somehow make us into what they desire for us to be without our consent. And that's not going to work out. I've gone too far in this life to allow strange foreign Black folks with beady eyes that are scammers and they don't have no integrity. They never accomplish nothing on their own without taking it, have anything to do with me. Whether you like it or not, I don't care, okay? You said they will never replace us. You're right about that. We got to stay on top of everybody, stay on top of what we got to stay on top of. You said this is why I always stress that I am an American first. That's what I stress. I don't give a damn about this notion of being Black. You be Black first over there in Africa, okay? How about that? All you Pan-Africans that are talking about Blackness, you go be Black over there in Africa and hit us back in about 10 years and see how that goes, okay? Don't tell me about how Black I need to be and how I need to be over there in Africa, and your ass is not over there and you ain't trying to go, okay? All right. You said, okay, I'll be patient and wait. Yeah, just be patient. Just chill. It's going to be an interesting live. I have found out, Rock, I don't know what it is. Maybe you guys can tell me why I don't get a lot of support. Why don't I do the most? I do way more than the most. Yeah, I don't make you laugh because I'm a serious individual. When I am prompted to do something, it's about seriousness. It's not about fun and games, okay? It's about defense. It's about blocking and barring people from effing with us. That's what time I'm on. And for some reason, I don't get the support like I need. And we need people like me. We need a little bit of everything sprinkled in. But we all have to unify together, Black Americans, and start supporting what other gifts we have to go do. Some have the gift of gab. Some have the gift of writing. Some have the gift of, figuring out things. Whatever your gift is, please share them with me. Please let me know that you want to be involved. Please help me find a lawyer. It's an international lawyer we need. Okay, we got to go there. We cannot just idly twiddle our thumbs, get jokes and laughs and giggles and talk about Africans all the time and cracking jokes all the time. And that's not going to accomplish anything. All they're doing is buying time to get the Democrats back in office. And then they think they're going to seal our fate when they get back in office. That's why the Democrats have to stay out of office next election. They have to be barked. They have to be blocked. We have to block the Democrats and vote Republican. That's my opinion, so that they can't unravel what Trump's doing right now and that they don't have an opportunity to do something against our will. Like I said, I was a teenager when African-American term came out because of Jesse Jackson being a shill of the Democrats, came out with that term. And ever since then, a lot of people have been confused about who they are, where they come from, and who their allegiance lies with behind just that term, and all the manipulations that have ensued behind Africans calling us African and everybody talking about you need to go to Africa. We are sick of it. That's why we have delineated. And we are going to be the ones that make the choice that we want for our future, not you. Okay, you make the choices with your own Ghanaians. You make the choices with your own Nigerians or whoever else is from the actual continent, but you will never, not on my watch, have anything to do with Black Americans such as I. You understand me? That's what we're going to do. You said invading through the land, sea, and air. Nikki says, are you a fan of Trump or no? You said 1900s is when those Ellis Islanders came in. Yes, I know. And you said, if Africans never started this, we all African nonsense, I probably never would have looked into it. You know what? That's exactly what. And I'm going to go back. I'm going to bring y'all back to when it all began with me. I'm going to break this all the way down. You're going to fully understand where I lay. And I hope that, you know, like I said, President Mahama, you can get this video and you really need to listen. Because if you think that we're all docile, and we're all stupid and we're all weak. No, we're not all. We're waking up and we're getting pissed at the same time. And it's just, you know, the right spark is going to happen sooner than later. I just want us to be on one accord when we do get sparked and do the right process and strategy to deal with people that are trying to conquer us, that are trying to colonize us, and they're calling that unity. No, you cannot use that tactic against us. I understand what it was. The Chinese people call it the art of war, you know, being very quiet and doing shady stuff, you know, the long game and all these types of things. I see the play. OK. And, you know, God has blessed me with discernment and I'm on top of it. And like I said, you don't have nothing to do with me and mine. I'm American. I'm going to stay American. I don't give a damn that you're jealous about me being American. Like I said, gather your own. Go worry about Ghana. Go fix the flooding situation over there. Go fix your streets and stuff over there. Go worry about China's debt that you have, okay? Go get together with other countries in Africa and figure out a different strategy. We're not your leverage to use. We're not your people to dictate to. You got it all fucked up because the Democrats told you something that's not real. Okay? And finally, we're talking the truth and we're not scared to say it for anyone to hear. It is what it is. Okay? And Nikki also says, I think the silver lining in all of this Pan-African propaganda is that more Black Americans are discovering the most of their ancestry is actually indigenous to America. Exactly, Nikki. And I would suggest every Black American that is not an immigrant, please do your genealogy. Do not worry about those DNA kits because that's what they're trying to use to trick you and also gather your information. And store it away for a safe day for them to come after you to try to capture you. It's a different way of capturing. Remember back in the old days when they would raid different villages and capture people? That's the bloodline of President Mahama, the Ganja tribe, Gonja tribe. They would run around, kicking in doors, snatching people out of their little mats or whatever, or the floor that they were sleeping on, whatever they were doing back then, and dragging them to the ship and selling them off for a little bit of coins and mirrors and guns and powder and whatever the hell it was, wine and alcohol. Now these same people coming with the same mentality, trying to capture us, talking about some Pan-African. Just like the French President Macron said that he was a Pan-Africanist. He's just as Pan-African as that President Ghana is, okay? They're the same. Make no mistake about it. I know it. Y'all gonna know it. And that's that, okay? All right. I think we can get Dennis Sperling. He will be happy to take the case. He wants to go after these Africans. The problem with that, though, The Rock, Dennis Sperling keeps talking about getting land over there in Africa. I don't want to go to Africa. That's not a part of what I desire. He seems to forget that we're calling ourselves Americans belonging to America. Anything that you take from Africans, they're going to always sabotage it. They're going to always put it on fire or unalive you. They have mob justice or mob unalivings and all these other things that they tend to do over there. Look at what's going on in South Africa. Hello, God is showing us what it could look like to us if we went over there in mass number, and how jealous Africans can get and how they would retaliate because there's no law over there. And they would come and ransack our spots and burn up our shops and everything else like that. So I don't want to go talk about being on a land that these people are living on. I don't want nothing to do with them. I've never had nothing to do with them. I don't want to start having something to do with them. I wanted to go back to 1985 when I was just a Black American and they were just Africans from their village, okay? And they would come and talk about their village stories and tell me what tribe they came from. And we, shook hands and went on about our business, okay? That's what I desire in 2026. I don't want the lies that they spin and how they're trying to get us to subjugate ourselves underneath their authority, because that's what it is. And that's what they're striving to get with the help of the Democrats, the Congressional Black Caucus, the NAACP, the Urban League, and all these other globalizers. That's what they're on. And I know it. And I'm not going for none of it. They got to gather up their own and leave us the fuck alone. How clear can that be? Okay. All right. You see. So no, Dennis Sperling talking about land, talking about getting some minerals and all that type of talk. You can't trust them. I'm not saying all Africans are bad, but the ones that's in power are. All the ones that are in power are. And they're never going to give us a fair shake. They don't feel like we deserve nothing. They feel like we're still their slaves. They want us to be used to build up what they weren't able to do themselves because they kept dancing in the dirt and drinking all over the place and having all these rituals and all this crazy stuff. And now they look at their countries and it's all in shambles, most of it. And now they're looking at us talking about, oh, you the same people from the bloodline that helped build up America. You need to come over here and do this over here too. No, bitch. Go get your own to build. Go get your engineers, get your people that build buildings from collapsing, because they do have a lot of architects that somehow make buildings in Nigeria that collapse all the time. They had a school that collapsed a few years ago, killing all kinds of kids and all this type of stuff. But get your own that came to America, that went and got educated. Get those in UK, get those in Canada, get them to come back. Stop pestering us. We're not here to serve you, okay? If you don't think that the Africans that have fled don't need to serve you, bitch, don't think I do. The fuck? Anyways, kind of just wants money. Yeah, they want money and they want authority. They're trying to get you see how President Mahama went to the UN talking like he had authority, talking as if he really had claim to our ancestors. That shit pissed me off. And ever since then, I've been on a rampage. And again, it's about to happen again this upcoming month. They're going to have another convention talking about reparations. They had the Pope recently apologize for slavery. And here again, President Mahama is talking about, oh yeah, trying to take charge. I'm sick of him. I'm sick of that man. He needs to be put on notice that millions of us are not rocking with him, and it's going to be suing. A suing is a coming if you do not stop with this bullshit you're trying to put on us, because we're not going for it. Get the ones that are dumb enough to follow you. Get the ones that get citizenships. Get the ones that move over there, whatever, that believe they're African. You can have them. We don't care, but you will not get us. That's the point I want y'all to get. All right. You said they're trying to tell us that all of our ancestors came from Ghana when they have no proof of it. I know. That's what I'm saying, Nikki. Talking about greedy, talking about ridiculous. That's how you know there's something wrong with their spirit, man. It is not of God. It is devoid of the Holy Spirit. Okay. It is devoid of righteousness. These people think that they can just capture us, literally. They high-fiving one another, talking their language, joking and drinking and high-fiving with the Democrats, the Congressional Black Caucus, and all these other clowns. And they don't think that we have heart to fight back. I'm telling you right now, you have pissed me off, okay? All right. I'm about tired of this nonsense with Ghana. I'm telling you, Nikki, that is, and I've been on their top since the first President Ado. I saw through his slithering ass, looking like a toad. I saw through all his bullshit. And now this next one, Dr. Mahama or President Mahama, is even worse. So, you know what? Like I said, if y'all want to believe these clowns, you want them to claim these people because you're so decrepit in your mind and your spirit and you don't know God. Like I said, you take the risk. You go over there and you consent your life away to them. But he is not going to have a brush to just get and gather all of us like we're slaves. I refuse to be treated like that in my elderly life. I refuse. I'm a grown-ass woman. And ain't no strange-ass man with beady-ass eyes going to tell me what the fuck I'm going to do now, okay? That's where we're at. Okay. You said, I'm so anxious. Please, I'm going to tell you a little bit later. So anyways, we're going to play a little bit more Trump just to kind of like, you know, see what he's talking about. I'll fast forward in a little bit and see if he has questions that he's going to ask. I just wanted to catch up on what he's talking on. I really appreciate the fact that he did acknowledge it. Acknowledge me at least is going to give me more rights to get a lawyer because I went to the highest office. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm going to be contacting district attorneys. I'm going to be trying to get an international lawyer. I'm going to see where God leads me to finalize and get somebody to get this ball rolling because a cease and desist needs to be done to President Mahama. A cease and desist needs to happen to the Democrats and the African Union and to the NAACP. They talking about we losing representation, but these people are not representing us properly. Talking about we Pan-Africans and talking about going to Africa. The fuck? That's not my representation that I want. The fuck? You don't tell me what kind of place I need to be revering. Okay, that's why we don't care if y'all lose your seats. We don't care. You know, good riddance. Trump is doing us a favor because you guys ain't right. If there was one or two of y'all good, then I might say something, but none of y'all are good. None. None of y'all have been a blessing to us for all these years. I don't care if he got rid of all the organizations because what have y'all done for us? It's all about immigrants and aliens. So bye, get the fuck on. Okay.
And you can speak to Steve Witkoff, Jared, they're doing a good job, but right now I think it looks like they want to just make a deal. I don't think they have a choice. They're just going back to the internet because they're getting clobbered. Their economy is in free fall. They have 250% inflation. Their money has no value. Their whole economic system is broken down. They thought they were going to outweight me, you know, we'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms. Look what happened last night. That was the prelude to the midterms. People understand it. They know that, very simple, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I'm doing that for the world. I'm not doing it just for us. And we've had great support from other nations, by the way. We don't need it at all, but we've had great support from other nations. The problem is you always get the support when you don't need it. When you need it, you don't get the support. With Operation Epic Fury, our warriors are ensuring that the world's #1 state sponsor of terror never obtains a nuclear weapon, and they won't. Under the leadership of Vice President J.D. Vance, very proud of this, the White House Task Force to eliminate fraud is waging war on waste, fraud, theft, and abuse like nobody's ever seen before. He looks like Elliot Ness. You ever see Elliot Ness? I'm telling you, the guys that are up there are all standing behind. What a group of people. No, it looks like a movie. I'm going to make a movie out of it, I think. And they're finding billions and billions and billions of dollars. And I just said, that's good. He said, you haven't seen anything yet. Just said that. And, if he does really great, we'll have a balanced budget without having to do anything. This is the kind of money they stole. They're crooks. They're thieves. And I hope that Todd is going to do a real job. These are crooked people. These are thieves. This isn't like a mistake. Just talking about one person, he got hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars for securing one man, for taking care of one elderly man. He was a service. He got paid millions of dollars for taking care of one man. Total crook. They're all crooks. The Somalians, what they've done to Minnesota, the Somalians, they're crooked as hell. Elon Omar, crooked as hell. They're all crooks. And we got them. We got them. Now
they're all crooks, all these scamming ass Africans. And y'all don't think that they would scam us out of our birthright here in America, y'all? Remember the Bible story of Esau and Jacob. There it is there. That's exactly what's going on right now. They're trying to destiny swap. Can you imagine? Elon Omar also was part of the congregation to go to Ghana for the year of return. She don't do nothing else for Black Americans, but she can go to Africa, talking about us touching down in Africa, getting acquainted with our roots over there. Oh, she was gung-ho to go over there because she's trying to take over in America and have us leave. Like I say, these immigrants that are in power want us gone from America, and they want their own kind here. They want to reap the blessings of our ancestors, and they want us to build and start from nothing to build back up Africa. And they think that that's the proper way for it to go. If y'all don't understand what's going on, I don't know what to tell y'all. I've been talking about this forever. But all the proof is in the pudding. First, I was talking and rambling by myself. People thought I was crazy. Oh, yeah, she's a little touched. Now, years later, everything I said came to be. Came to be. All of it. Nothing I said has not happened. I said Ghana was coming for our reparations. Look at them now. It started with President Addo. Now it's with President Mahama. Also with Dr. Eric Connor scamming ass. The past African Union ambassador fired in 2019 for embezzlement of the African Union. Talking about us being African, and building up the Africa that we want, when we is French to me. Because ain't no we with you and I. The fuck? And I don't speak French. Okay, I talked about Dr. Eric Connor. I got proof of her firing. And by the way, I have the African Union's address from when they submitted a complaint about Dr. Eric Connor. They sent a letter to the State Department, and I have that letter with the fax number and the address to the African Union. That will be a great start to cease and desist them. Cease and desist next, President Mahama, and so forth and so on. Like I said, these scamming ass Africans, they don't find nothing wrong about getting over and scamming because they feel as if that is their right to be on top. Okay, and anywhere and anyhow that they can get there, they feel like any means necessary, they should do whatever. And I don't want to affiliate with nobody with that type of mentality. I'm sorry, because that's just a disaster waiting to happen to us. And we would never, ever get nobody to have our back if we gave up our birthright here in America and go deal with strange ass motherfuckers that's not treating their own kind. And we going to believe that they're going to treat us kindly? Are you kidding me? Wake y'all asses up, okay?
The clamps on, but boy, I tell you, that's an impressive group of guys that you have behind you. I was watching that, and a couple of very strong women too. But I was watching that last night. I said, I'm proud of you guys. In 2 months, we've exposed tens of billions of dollars of defrauded taxpayer money, prosecuted numerous fraudsters, Todd, and stopped billions of suspicious payments, very suspicious. Oh, you haven't seen anything yet? Where you see? I'm getting reports from Todd, from JD. I've never seen anything like it. The kind of just hundreds of billions of dollars was stolen, and no other administration would do what we're doing. Just let it go. Everybody was getting rich, and I think we have a chance to save Social Security without doing anything to it by just the numbers of fraudulent people on Social Security, people that are 115 years old, 125 years old, getting payments. It's funny, I said, oh, do those payments get turned back? No, they accept them. Well, somebody's getting the payment. It's not a person that's 120.
I'm so happy, despite all the people that call this man a racist and whatever other thing. I don't agree with everything he does. I don't believe in war myself, but I'm not on the outside with a bird's eye view of what's going on around the globe and how the players are working or trying to maneuver. So I can't really say with a certainty of how I feel about the warring part of it all, but I do appreciate the fact that he is acknowledging Americans first, because we have not had that feeling in a very, very, I think the last time we felt like America was popping was in the 80s, to be honest with you. 80s was the last time we had our glory. And right after 91 or so, when Clinton was president, I believe when he did the outsourcing of all those jobs, then we went down, 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 down. And everybody has their tentacles from all over the world here in America now. And it's a tug of war of them trying to snatch up authority and have control over our government. And Trump is the only one that is stopping it. So whatever y'all feel about the man, at least he's not allowing a foreign dictator to come over here and regulate us, because they would not do us better. You know damn well they would never do us better. Let me see what else you guys have said. Oh, what's up, big dog? Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. You said, I love all my FBA family, the Christian, the Muslim, the Hebrew, FBA, we are one. The problem with that, though, big dog, unfortunately, some of those Hebrews, they feel like they should be in Africa, okay? Some of those Hebrews feel like the promised land is over there, and they're acting as if they're spokespersons for us. And that's another reason why we have to be very determined to have our own narrative, because you have so many other voices that's speaking to this Pan-African lie. I can't let that ride. I can't let that slide. I got to make sure that my voice is heard in the middle of all that madness. And unfortunately, not all the people that are of our bloodline, Black Americans, they are traitors. They are worshiping of Africa and Africans. They're placing other people over them, over their own ancestors, and over themselves. And we really can't work with those types of people. We want to separate the wheat from the tare. We're going to have a separation. Those people are going to have to go on about their business and go to Africa and do what it is that they keep screaming at us about. The issue is they won't do what they're screaming. They're telling us they want us to do it, and that's the dilemma. How are you going to tell somebody else what we need to be doing? Everybody's treating us as if they got whips in their hand, and they're going to whip us into shape. And I'm here to tell you, you ain't doing nothing but making me more determined to stop you. That's what you're doing, okay? Yeah, they're useless, Nikki. It's sad. You also said, yes, a lot of them just want to run to Africa so they don't have to do anything here. Yeah, they want to have the men, unfortunately, Nikki, a lot of them believing that they want to have many wives. That's something that's sellable to some of these whoredom men, these whoremongering men. They'd be told, oh, you can get all the women you want. You can have wives. You can have all these kids. You don't have to have the government regulating you, having control over your family. That's what they get sold on. But that's just a gimmick, a line to sell, to get your ass to give up your birthright and go to Africa and gamble your life and your family's life away. Okay, I'm hip to the lies. I understand men are so gun-ho of wanting to get, the cat, and they want to feel like they're so-called in control. But again, when you get to another country, they're in control of you. Okay, it will only last a fleeting moment that you will seem like you're in control. And once they have their grips on you to where you can't do nothing about it, they will treat you as such. And you never want to put yourself in another hands of another person, of a devil you don't know. I'd rather deal with a devil I do know, like Trump, versus a devil I don't know, like President Mahama. I don't give a damn about so-called melanated skin. I care about the intentions. I care about the spirit. I care about what you are thinking you're going to do with me. Okay, that's what I care about. All right. Let me go back up. I think I missed a couple of comments. They are savages and you could never get me to live with them. Not all, but the ones in power. I have to reiterate, the ones that's in power with this propaganda of Pan-Africanism and lying ass so-called unity that they don't realize in Africa. They're all liars and the truth don't live in them. And they don't mean no good for us whatsoever. You may find an African here and there that's among us in America that has a chance to straighten his mentality out and spirit out, that they might be okay here and there. But the collective are wanting to have dominance over us. They feel like they should have their thumb over us. That's how they look at us. That's why they talk to us in a very authoritative and talking at us all the time and thinking that they got all the answers for us. But you got all the smarts. Why don't you have the answers in Africa? Okay? Don't start with me. Start over there. All right. You said I read that. Thank you for that. And that's how they ruin their own countries. Exactly. They are trying to have power over others. They long to have power over us. If I could tell you the feelings that I feel, they dream about having power over us, having control over us, telling us what we're going to do with our money. And we ain't got nothing to say about it and shut up. They would love to have the power to tell us to do something and shut up and sit down. Don't you know that? Don't you understand that's what they're on, y'all? Don't be fooled about being invited for a bowl of a goosey soup or some foo-foo. Don't be fooled. That's just for a short little time until they have their grippers on you. And once they know they got you, they're going to turn up, okay? Get rid of all the tethers. Exactly. They need to go. I'm just tired. I can't be nice about it no more. You said the American government is wild for allowing this because that means they're going to be sending a lot of taxpayer money to Ghana. What do you mean by that? Allowing what? Don't know these people from a can of paint couldn't point Ghana out from a map exactly. And they want to talk about unity with these people, knowing damn well that all they see is money and power. They're trying to catch up with the white people, to have the power and prestige as the white man. They have been aspiring to be a match with him, to be on the same level with him. They're tired of being in the background. They want to be out front with the white man, and they want to use us to get there. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be used and abused for you. Like I said, you got a billion, 0.3 over there on that continent. And you got millions more all scattered all over the world. If you can't demand them come home and do something about Africa, you definitely not demanding shit of me in mine. That's my point. Okay. All right. Let me see. You said I saw a video of a university in Nigeria and the entire ceiling was collapsed and it was raining and the kids had umbrellas open in class. Yeah. The worst of that though, Nikki, like three or 4 years ago, there was a school of kids that collapsed in Nigeria. Many of them were unalived in a lot of different buildings, actually, not just that one, have collapsed. So their so-called engineers or architects are not not proficient enough. In my mind, they need to go back to school or I don't know if the land is the reason why it's like that. It's not sturdy enough. I don't know what it is, but they need to figure that shit out. And like I said, they need to go home. And hopefully with all these deportations and the birthright citizenship will give them incentive to go home. They need to stop being motivated to tell us to go. Okay, it's not their place to tell us to go anywhere. How dare you tell us to go? Bitch, you go. All right. And Liberia is a cautionary tale for any Pan-African. They don't want to talk long about Liberia. They just like to say, oh, freed slaves made something of Liberia for just a short time, and then they were cannibalized, okay? They were cannibalized, they were unalived, and whoever is left over there, you know, they're not doing so swell right now. Most of those people in Liberia are trying to come over here in America where we are. So I tell people, don't tell me I'm related to anyone in Liberia, because my family never left. My family's been in America for hundreds of years. We never left. So you need to find the remnants of those people with that bloodline wherever they are and talk about we family, but skip us. We're tired of the shenanigans. We don't want to hear about we all the same. I don't care to hear. No, we're not. Just like you're not the same with the Nigerians. You're not the same with the Ghanaians. You're not the same with the Somalians. You're not the same with me. How does that work? You're not the same over there on the continent, but you come over here, we're the same. This Jedi trick is over for y'all. It's over. Okay, it's over. You said, right, people are forcing us to deal with them. We aren't asking for this. Exactly. And that's why I got to do what I got to do. What's up, Track? Thank you for being here. You said Africans don't even want to be in Africa. That's what I'm saying. You trying to get us to feel inspired to do what it is that you refuse to do for yourself. How does that work? And y'all sitting up there peddling that propaganda to us every single day. They sitting up in America with their feet kicked up, telling us to go to Africa and build up Africa. The nerve of these people. You said it'll never be me. Exactly. It ain't going to be me. Like I said, we need to get a lawyer to do cease and desist, and any movement that they make after all that's done, we're going to sue somebody. We're going to sue y'all. We're going to sue somebody. All right. You said, I heard the CIA is collecting those DNA samples too. Exactly. That's why you should never, ever trust none of that. Just get your paperwork on your actual family and let that be. Okay. Just let it be. Sending these people our DNA is crazy. Exactly. That's such a dumb thing. You said they are incapable of building and want something already established. Exactly. That's why everybody's over here, because they want the blessing of what our ancestors did. But like I said, to get something, you have to sacrifice. They are not willing to sacrifice, except with the exception of Kenyans and the exception of South Africans. I have to take that back. They're willing to sacrifice. And what happened in Rwanda? It took the sacrifice of over 800,000 people to be slain with a genocide to have Rwanda be the way it looks now, the cleanest so-called city in Africa. It took all those lives, all those souls to get that to happen. Nigerians don't want to do the great sacrifice. They got all those men. I see them working out, chiseled bodies and everything with nothing to do. With nothing to do. All those men pumping cements, jumping up and down and doing all kinds of crazy things online to make money. And instead of putting them to work to build, they're arguing at us about building Africa. And I'm sick of y'all. It's got to stop, okay? You said just because they have dark skin doesn't mean we're the same ethnicity, nationality, or culture. We're not the same at all, and they know that. That's why in the 80s and 90s, when I met Africans when I was in college, they were prideful. I remember Africans being so prideful about their culture, about their tribe. They were telling me different things and all that, probably embellished a little bit. I don't know, but I didn't care. They weren't trying to tell me I was African. So we had respect back then. Now we don't seem to have eye to eye because these people are trying to make us over. Remember that song, Don't Make Me Over? Who was that? They sang this, you know, that lady that sung that song. Don't make me over. I don't want to be made over. I don't want to become you and you become me. Okay. We're not doing a switcheroo. Okay. We're not trading places. I'm not letting you get off anymore with these lies. I understand a lot of my people are hell bent of trying to measure up to the so-called black code, but the black code has got you fucked up in the mind because these people don't give a damn about you. And so therefore I don't acknowledge a black code. Okay. I acknowledge my nationality and my ancestors. That's it. That's all. Okay. You said, this is why I always stress that I'm American first. Exactly. And that's how it should be. Like I said, they've been trying to hustle us to make us feel like calling ourselves American is blaspheming. Oh, look at what the white people did to you. Oh, look at what the Africans did to all those millions of so-called people back when. They were doing that shit before the white man. And then they're surprised that karma is on their land, that they don't get blessed with nothing. Now they got all those mouths to feed and they don't even know what the hell to do in these times of change that's upon them. The only thing they know how to do is keep on trying to hustle us. And I'm sick of them. Okay, let's go.
But that's the least of it. The numbers that we're finding out, we have great people at Social Security. We're going to make our Social Security so strong, so good that you never see anything like it. We're going to protect. I said right from the beginning, we're going to protect our people in Social Security. If the Democrats ever got in, you wouldn't have Social Security would be bankrupt. People wouldn't be getting anything. Last week, they took down 2 of the largest Medicaid fraud cases in Minnesota history, as well as the largest autism fraud case ever charged by the federal government. You saw that with millions of dollars just being stolen. Everybody had autism. Everybody had autism, they say.
Yeah, speaking of which, let me play a little clip of that. And what another thing that I've noticed, these people that's doing all this fraud don't be seeming to get heavy sentences, except for the white lady. Supposedly, like 50 years, supposedly she was supposed to get. But all these other Somalians and whatnot, they're not even getting that much time. How is that? How are they able to take so much money and just get a slap on the wrist? You know, that's what I'm saying. They have regarded them as being superior and phenomenal people versus treating Americans, especially Black Americans. You know, at a drop of a dime, they would want to lock us up, you know, but these people can't get locked up. These people get spared and cared for. And they think now that we're supposed to pay it forward for them too. Like, no, we're not doing anything. We're going to stay out the way and let Trump do the cleanup. That's what we're going to do.
Federal prosecutors have uncovered one of the largest autism Medicaid fraud schemes in American history, centered in the state of Minnesota. 2 women, identified as 55-year-old Shamso Ahmed Hassan and 25-year-old Hanan Mursal Yusuf, are accused of orchestrating a massive fraud operation that allegedly stole more than $46 million from Minnesota's autism Medicaid program. According to court documents, the pair submitted thousands of fraudulent Medicaid claims for services that either never happened or were carried out by unqualified staff between 2020 and 2024. Investigators say families were allegedly offered monthly kickbacks ranging from $300 to $1,500 to enroll children into the scheme. Federal authorities claim more than $21 million was later laundered through property purchases and international wire transfers, including transfers sent to Kenya. The 2 women are among 15 defendants charged in the wider investigation, which prosecutors say caused more than $90 million in losses linked to Minnesota's autism support program. Despite the allegations, both Hassan and Yusuf have pleaded not guilty. The case is now fueling renewed outrage over fraud, oversight failures, and abuse within taxpayer-funded benefit programs across the United States.
Finding billions and billions and billions of dollars, and I just said, that's good. He said, you haven't seen anything yet. Just said that. And, if he does really great, we'll have a balanced budget without having to do anything. This is the kind of money they stole. They're crooks. They're thieves, and I hope that Todd is going to do a real job. These are crooked people. These are thieves. This isn't like a mistake. We're just talking about one person. He got hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars for securing one man, for taking care of one elderly man. He was a service. He got paid millions of dollars for taking care of one man. Total crook. They're all crooks. The Somalians, what they've done to Minnesota, the Somalians, they're crooked as hell.
And we know that's not it. We know the Nigerians have their imprints of scamming all over the place. We've heard of Haitians scamming. We heard of someone recently being denationalized, being caught up. Was it a Haitian? Had a fraudulent name and was married 2 times and all kinds of things. And they found out about him, and I guess they denationalized him, and he might be deported or about to be deported. But again, these things have been going on for years, but the face of crime have always been placed on little old Black Americans. Everybody have seen us, with crack in our pipes or getting pulled over, acting all ratchet sometimes, and all these, they highlight all those videos. But the real crooks taking all the billions of dollars were foreigners from all over the place. And now that we got the heat off of us and it's on where it should have been a long time ago, everybody's scraping and scrambling. Everybody coming to our platforms begging for us to care. They never cared about us when they was scamming all that money. They ain't so much hold a hot dog stand for us, okay? Out of all these years, these foreigners been here, 61 years, not one hot dog stand, y'all. And these same people want us to give a flying fuck about them today. And I'm so glad that we're seeing through it all. We're not the Malcolm X, we're not the Dr. Martin Luther King era, and we're not the Malcolm X talking about Pan-Africanism, talking about going to Mecca. No. Had they be alive today, Malcolm X and Dr. Martin Luther King, after seeing 61 years of what the foreigners, melanated people did when they got here, they would have been on the mindset that we're on today, for sure. I don't think that they would have been rolling around saying, everything's going to be all right. Everything's going to be all right. Let's hold hands. No. We're not doing that. Okay. These people need to be held accountable, just like we've been held accountable. A lot of times when we didn't even do a lot. A lot of times when we weren't doing nothing. Nobody came and said nothing about the police brutality or us being shot in our back when we're running away and having crack in our pipe and we're going to jail for 4 or 5 years and all these. Nobody said nothing. But all of a sudden, we're supposed to be the people in the front of everybody talking about, don't do this to these people. These are good people. We got to spare these people. No. Okay? You hold your own weight and we held ours, okay? It's fair. The same energy you gave us was nothing. We're giving it back, nothing.
Ilhan Omar, crooked as hell. They're all crooks. And we got them. Now we're putting the clamps on. But boy, I tell you, that's an impressive group of guys that you have behind you. I was watching that, and a couple of very strong women too. But I was watching that last night. I said, I'm proud of you guys. In 2 months, we've exposed tens of billions of dollars of defrauded taxpayer money, prosecuted numerous fraudsters, Todd, and stopped billions of suspicious payments, very suspicious. Oh, you haven't seen anything yet. Wait till you see. I'm getting reports from Todd, from JD. I've never seen anything like it. Just hundreds of billions of dollars was stolen. And no other administration would do what we're doing. They'd let it go. Everybody was getting rich. And I think we have a chance to save Social Security without doing anything to it by just the numbers of fraudulent people on Social Security, people that are 115 years old, 125 years old, getting payments. It's funny, I said, oh, do those payments get turned back? No, they accept them. Well, somebody's getting the payment. It's not a person that's 125 years old. But that's the least of it. The numbers that we're finding out, we have great people at Social Security. We're going to make our Social Security so strong, so good, that you've never seen anything like it. We're going to protect. I said right from the beginning, we're going to protect our people in Social Security. If the Democrats ever got in, you wouldn't have Social Security would be bankrupt. People wouldn't be getting anything. Last week, they took down 2 of the largest Medicaid fraud cases in Minnesota history, as well as the largest autism fraud case ever charged by the federal government. You saw that with millions of dollars just being stolen. Everybody had autism. Everybody had autism. They said. It was incredible, actually. And I've just seen I see what they're doing. You haven't seen anything yet. So congratulations, JD. Be vicious like they are. They're violent people. They're violent, vicious scum. Before asking Vice President Vance to speak about these efforts, I want to express our tremendous gratitude to our outgoing Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who's a terrific person, actually. Up with some findings that were pretty good. And Tulsi's worked tirelessly to restore trust and focus on the intelligence and with the intelligence community. They all respected her. They listened to her. She gave us leads that were pretty much, people thought they were dead and they weren't dead. They were right there, and she was able to expose a lot of things that we used at the FBI with Cash and with Todd and with JD and everybody else. It was amazing. She dramatically reformed the Office of Director of National Intelligence, cutting the staff by 40%, and she prevented countless terrorists and cartel members from entering the United States. She exposed mountains of evidence related to the Russia hoax, probably the greatest hoax in the history of our country. Although, when you look at the fraud coming out, there's a lot of them. Honestly, there's a lot of them, but the Russia hoax, a great hoax, a very dangerous hoax too, and revoked security clearances of officials involved, and she declassified numerous historic documents of special public interest, including related to the JFK and RFK assassinations, which everybody wanted to see, and we're now releasing a lot of things having to do with space. It's people are very interested in that. It actually became the #1 topic. We're releasing a lot of information having to do with extraterrestrial things, and people are totally fascinated by it. It's amazing. I wasn't sure if they would enjoy it. It's literally trending #1. Can you believe it? So a lot of people out there are like it, but we're releasing all of that information. And Tulsi, we're praying for you and for your husband. Her husband's not feeling great, but he's going to.
Let me ask Michael, what are you talking about? Take a shower. You draft dodging. You're talking about Trump. Well, he's doing other things. He's the most important man to date on this globe, as you know. Everybody wants something from him. He holds the cards and the key, whether or not you like that, Michael. I don't know if you're American or not, but it's better to have him than the Democrats, because the Democrats would have buried us with illegals and with immigrants, and we would have been squeezed out. We were being squeezed out, Michael. So I'm on the side of Trump. I don't know what your deal is, if you're a foreigner or what, but I'm on the side of President Trump. Whether you like that or not, I really don't care.
Feel great soon. You're going to make him, you're going to get him better. And he's a wonderful guy. So just say hello and thank you for the great work you've done. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to ask JD to say a few words about the war on fraud, followed by Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, who's doing fantastically, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, another one. I mean, we have great people. And the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth.
I know all you foreigners are so butthurt. Aruba says the greatest hoax of them all is how people think that this MFer is intelligent. He's so stupid and he has the vocabulary of a 5-year-old. Because he's not allowing foreigners to take over power of America. We're about to be 250 years in as a country, and you think that it's okay to have a takeover, a hostile takeover by illegals and foreigners? You think that's better, Aruba? Sure you do. But again, how is your homeland doing right now? How is your homeland doing? Are you even in America? If you are in America, you better tread lightly, because you might be getting deported, okay? You can call him a loser or whatever, but I'm sure that, you're over here in America, or wish you were in America. So it is what it is. You said, put this clown Arubia in timeout. You do it. You got the power. Time him out. I don't care. Nikki says she's cheesing in her mugshot because she knows she's getting off with very little time, and most of the money she has already been sent somewhere else overseas. Exactly. But let that be a black person. I mean, we'd be stealing barely a couple of $1,000, we'd be underneath the jail. These people come over here and clear out house, and they get barely any time. It's ridiculous. I want them to do hard time like we've been doing, so that other people following thereafter will know not to ever dare do it again. I mean, think about it. This basketball player over there, was it in Indonesia, I think? He had some gummy bears delivered to him with some, TLC in it, oil, or whatever you call that. He's either going to get the death, what do you call it? Put to death, or do some hard time in jail, because he got gummy bears mailed to him. So other people don't play about their country, but people think that we're supposed to play over here. No, we're supposed to be just as hard as anyone, if not harder, because we have a lot more to lose. Okay? It should be harder to pull the stunts that they're pulling over here, rather. I'm so sick of these people. Okay, let me see. You said, I don't know how them worthless ninjas over there are getting coochie and getting to 1 billion people. That's all they do, is having sex. They don't build. Them women are worthless also. I have to say the women work very hard. I would say that the men are the ones that is the problem. The women are not responsible for building. Men are the ones that's supposed to be building. They work their asses off. So I wouldn't say that about the women. They actually work hard. It's the men that have failed them because they're not bringing their expertise back. Look at how the Chinaman came over here, stole all kinds of secrets and everything, and built his shit up from the 70s. Why didn't Africa do something similar to that? Bring their people back and do something. No, the problem with them, not all, but too many of them, is that they're looking for people to serve them. They really think they're royalty. They really want to have that view that we're royalty, we're kings and kingdoms and all this type of jazz. I'm a chief and all that. They want people to serve them. They have the wrong mindset to accomplish anything in their country, because they have that lazy, entitled mannerism and spirit about them. They all take on the form of that. And so they think that they're supposed to serve themselves and make their own way in life and have their own castle on the hill, and whatever happens to their own home country, to hell with it. That's why they're not accomplishing anything, especially in West Africa. Okay? That's the mentality of too many of you men that's talking shit to us every waking moment you get, because you think we're supposed to serve you. And we're not. Newsflash, we're not. The game is over. You guys are going to have to get it out the mud like our ancestors got it out the mud. They sacrificed for us to live the way we live today. And there's going to have to be some sacrifices of your own to accomplish the building of the Africa that you want. We're not going to be a part of that. Okay, whether you like that or not, I don't care, because you are not doing it. You can't be mad at me because I don't want to do it, because you ain't doing it. You can't tell me to do something you refuse to do. Okay, it's not do as I say, but as I do, or do as I say, but not as I do. You're not doing that to Black Americans. The game is over. Okay, let's get back to this. It's almost over, and then I'm gonna fast forward it to the question part. And we'll wrap it up and get on to the next topic.
Forecasting. He loves war. I don't like that. He's a good man, Ellen. And Scott Bessent, you talk about a guy doing a job. Been fantastic. Thank you, Scott. Really fantastic. And a lot of the success that we're having with other countries is what you've been able to do and find. And SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler, and all of the people here have been great. We're going to just do those few, and maybe if you have some questions, we'll go to others. But everybody around here has got a lot to say, but we did that once, and it lasted for like 4 or 5 hours. It was a little much. We want to be open. So now if I do it this way, they'll say, he didn't let anybody talk. But let's start with
So yeah, let's get some questions in. I'll do another 15 more minutes of him being questioned, and then we'll wrap it up. If I get more likes, I will read the note that President Trump wrote with his signature. If I don't get likes, if you guys don't show me support, I'll just save it for my moderators to have them call me or have them email me or whatever like that. I'm tired of the disrespect. Okay, I do a lot for our people. I would hope that Black Americans would literally want to support me. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm doing stuff out of the box. Okay. Nobody's thinking to contact President Trump to petition him like I did, because they don't want to be labeled a coon and all. I'm not letting nobody hold me back from protecting myself. Nothing you can say will prevent me from protecting myself and defending myself. So there's these little key words that you guys like to, spin around and spew out all over the place. It doesn't work on me. I've always been a loner, okay? I've always been on my own, making up my own decisions. Nobody has swayed me to do none of this, but my feelings to react did. My feelings to have a response did. And the threat of people just swooping in and trying to capture and colonize me, it's not sitting right with my spirit. It's literally not. Let me tell you a quick story. As I told people before, I'm not ashamed of it. I was a ward of the court, 7 or 8 years old, I believe 7. And I spent from 7 to 18 in the system. Children's home up until 11 in Ohio, and then in foster care for the rest of the remainder of the year. And the last year I was in a group home for hitting my foster parent and knocking out his teeth, for him demanding me to make up beds for his niece to come over and visit. And I knocked out his teeth because he was drunk running towards me. So my attitude is, I've been through people telling me what to do for years as a little girl. I'd be damned in my age now to allow strange, scamming ass Africans to make me over without a fight. That's where I stand, and that's where I'm going to stand on until it's all said and done. Nobody has to respect my position, but it's my position. Nobody has a right to try to take away somebody's consent. Nobody has a right to tell somebody they're going to be something against their will. Nobody has a right to tell them that they need to go back to Africa and build up a continent they're not even from. These people have been coming out the woodworks with bullshit for years. And I've been sitting back listening to this mess, pissed about this mess for years. I responded in 2021 to the Congressional Black Caucus with a scathing letter. I still got copies of it. I got it copywritten, or what do you call it? Notary signed and certified mail. I still got copies of it. And they did not do so much as give me a postcard to acknowledge my existence. The Democrats think that we're their slaves, their property. And they've been treating us like that for a very, very long time. And I think that it's time that we take control of our destiny and we disallow people that don't have our best interests at heart to get the fuck out of our way and get the fuck out of our spaces and basically bar them from trying to do what they think they're doing. Okay? We're not forcing nobody to do something against their will. How dare the Democrats think that they can force us to be Pan-Africans, force us to be Africans? The fuck? I've been a Black American for over 50 years. You think I'm going to stop being a Black American now because you showed up? Because Africans are now over here trying to regulate, trying to hostile take over our history, our accomplishments, our culture, our name? I'm not going out like that. I'm not nobody's punk, okay? When I was a child, I could not defend myself, but I definitely can defend myself now. And I want our people to have my mentality because this is what you need to get things going. And also ask God to lead our ways. I asked God, I talked to God. I said, God, this is really bothering me. What should I do to stop being so upset? What can I do to stop feeling so anxious, anxiety filled and angered? I had to write. I had to do something to help me calm down. But it's not enough to even get to Trump. If he doesn't do what I asked for him to do, at least I have a proof that he contacted me and I can put that in my file for my case that I'm building. And all I want is the Pan-Africans, the Democrats, Congressional Black Caucus, and President Mahama and all these people to pump their brakes and leave us alone. Go get the people that claim they want to deal with you and leave the others alone. We're not your property. We're not slaves any longer. Stop trying to act like you can still hold control over us and pimp us and prostitute us as if we're, a redheaded stepchild or a foster kid like I was. I'm not letting you treat me like that again. Period. Either respect it or get the fuck out of my way is what you're going to do. All right, let me see what you got to say, and then we'll go to the questions. Let me see. You said these people want Americans to care about them more than we care about ourselves. That's exactly my point, Nikki. You hit it on the head. While we're caring about everybody around the world, who's caring about us? Not a soul. I'd be damned if I forget about myself. Okay, and that's the point. You said the women always carrying 10 baskets on their head with a baby tied on their backs. That's what I'm saying. They work hard. I ain't gonna never lie. I ain't gonna lie to you. I see the videos. I see them having a baby on their stomach or on their back, and they're, like you said, baskets, and they're running around. It's phenomenal, the strength and the hustle that they have in them, that they have to do because these men refuse to build up their country, that they don't want to be accountable for their own country, and they're trying to put the burden on Black Americans. You better miss me with that bullshit. You said, okay, for one, Trump can't read. For two, obviously he can't write. So why would you waste your time writing a letter to somebody that's Curtis? You don't understand the game plan. The game plan is to build the case. Okay. The game plan is when it's all said and done, when the shit hits the fan, I'll have enough proof to sue. Okay. If they overstep their boundary, they're getting sued. Okay. And we're going to do a class action suit if they don't stop and leave us alone. I don't give a damn about them saying, oh, these people are so brainwashed. Oh, the white man ain't told me nothing. Stop with that lie. Little old me, myself, and I had a talk with God, and I had a talk with my feelings, and I had a talk with myself to see that a lot of things that's going on against Black Americans, us being annoyed, us being pestered, us being bashed for years on social media. I knew it meant an agenda behind it. And I was determined to figure it out, and I have cracked the code. These people have been making plans and deals behind our backs for years. African Union in 2003 included us in a Region 6, labeling the African American was part of their diaspora in 2003, rubbing elbows with all these other people and claiming us to be a part of their jurisdiction or their region. How dare they do something like that? That's why the African American term we put to rest. It's no more. You cannot call me an African. Well, nobody's ever called me an African American. I've always corrected people. I'm a Black American. Clear that shit up right away. But we all put that term to rest because we see the hustle in it. How Africans have been running around talking about you African because that African American term. No. You African, okay? I'm American, all right? You want to be me. I don't want to be you. That's what it is. You want to be me. I don't want to be you. And I'm not going to be you. Whether you believe that or not, I don't care, okay? You said you go, girl. Okay, I'm telling my truth. I don't give a damn. Maurice says, chump, a racist, convicted sex predator, corrupt, criminal. You got to go. Like I said, you don't know that certain. You got to go. Oh, hold on. Let me put you on timeout. You're doing too much. He's my president. Whether you like that or not, I don't care. You said, or trying to tell us who we should or shouldn't support. Exactly. That's another thing. If we don't support the Democrats, you heard Biden say you ain't Black. Like that's supposed to mean something. You ain't Black if you don't support me. The fuck? These motherfuckers have gone just shit crazy on us. Like Biden showed all that you needed to see. Biden showed everything that you needed to understand. And Kamala was going to come right back after him and do the same thing, if not worse. That woman does not respect Black Americans. She does not like us. We're just a stepping stone to get on her campaign and whatnot, try to become president and all that. You dipping in and out of our identity like Obama did. That's why African American is bastardized. You got the president, Obama, whose father's from Kenya, his mama is white, talking about he African American. He don't share no history similar to the people here of America. You got the mayor, an Indian fool, born in Kenya, talking about he checked off African American, proud, talking about he checked off African American. They said Elon Musk, whatever his name is, I think it's Elon Musk, he is an African American. That term has been a detriment to Black Americans. Before that term came in 1988, there was no issues with our identity. There was no issues with our doubts. There was no issues with our allegiance to our country. But when that term came, confusion ensued. And then people started making up shit, getting academia involved, having the class about African American to spread this propaganda. They installed the propaganda in college to spread this shit for decades on us, thinking that they were going to tear us down and make us believe that we're not from this country. Y'all sat us down with the roots as early as 9 or 10 years old, traumatizing us with that bullshit. Now you come out with the Black Panther, Wakanda bullshit. All this propaganda to try to have us turn against America while y'all wanting to be here. You guys are wicked as fuck, okay? All right, let me see. Both parties suck, but the Republicans are fascist pigs. It is a class war and always has been. It's not anything else. It may be, Curtis, but by default, I still am an American. And that is my saving grace, my birthright. I have nothing else but that. I don't want to become an immigrant or treated as such because my ancestors built this country. And we've earned the right to be American, more so than anybody else with the sacrifice of our blood, sweat, and tears. I'm not going to allow other people from other places to tell me in my head is wrong to think the way I think because they want to have a chance at us to manipulate and control and turn us into servants for them. No, that's not my destiny. That can be the destiny of people that sign up for it, but it ain't gonna be the destiny of people that don't want nothing to do with it. That's my fight, to prevent people to make me over against my will. I'm not choosing Africa. I'm not African. I don't give a damn what they talking about, what sad songs they can sing or what words they can say. It makes me no, never mind. Go gather your own that have been all over the globe, away from Africa, and go holler at them about this plan to build up Africa. You skipping over them to talk to us. What kind of shit is that? You skipping over the people that have been gone for decades to talk to people that have never been to Africa about building up Africa. You already shown me your intention that you think we're supposed to serve you. We see it. We don't want nothing to do with you. Go get your own to serve you. Go get your own to sacrifice. We're not coming. All right. Israel for white Jews. Okay. I don't know where that came from, but okay. You said power always go after the people that can't defend themselves, minorities, women, children, and the elderly. Yeah, you're right. Everything's not perfect. I could complain, but like I said, the Democrats really did a number on us for the last, while they've been in power since Obama. Obama was such a big letdown. All of us were hopeful. I was even a clown, or even stupid enough to believe the hype of Obama in 2008. I was too young to understand the gravity of the deceit at that time. But after the first, the first election that he had, or presidency that he had, rather, I wised up really quickly right after that. I would say 2012 is when my eyes started waking up, and I could not relate to a Democrat no more, because everything that they were doing was showcasing that they didn't give a damn about us and they were moving on without us. And they decided to put other people over us, and they pretty much wanted to make sure that we would never climb back up again. I don't need people like that. I don't need a Democrat that's going to keep us bogged down on purpose and then tell us that we all in this together because we black and minorities. Fuck out of my face. We ain't together on nothing. You my enemy, okay? Use my enemy. Yeah, Biden was a nut job. He definitely was. That was crazy. Democrats want to say all races of Democrat Party want to Republican Party. It was a switch. If that was true, Biden would not be president because of his racist. I know. Biden definitely did not like black people. He had the nerve to say, guess what, black people? Mexicans are outnumbering you. You need to get along with them. You know, he was mocking us. He was mocking us. So he showcased how he disdained us. Didn't he say one time that the problem with America was black Americans? Didn't Biden say that one time? He had the nerve to say that black Americans was the issue with America out of sitting president's mouth. If that didn't wake y'all up, I don't know what else did, man. Come on. You said, I remember being confused when I was younger, wondering why Obama wouldn't do anything to help black people. Now I get it. Now you get it, because we're not his. We're not of his kind. You know, all the melanated groups of people worry about their own kind. The Jamaicans worry about their own. The Haitians worry about their own. The Nigerians worry about their own. They worry about their Igbos, the Haitians and all. But they come over here all in on it, holding hands, lying in front of our faces. All of them playing in front of our faces. They all knowingly are lying about wanting to unify with us, knowing that they want us to just not complain about them coming over and taking over. All because we're black. Oh, he's black. I can't say nothing. That's another black guy. We're all the same. We're brothers and sisters. Oh. No, we're not doing that. So let me fast forward this to let y'all hear a couple of questions that were asked, and then we're going to conclude this in about another 15 minutes. Let me see where it starts. Hold on. Thank y'all for being here. I would appreciate if y'all would hit that like button.
Instead of going through 4th of July,
I know a lot of people. Hold on, let me see.
From our shores, and having it.
Let me fast.
It's at the bottom of the Persian Gulf. Their Air Force. Next to the working.
Okay, let me just play a little bit. I'm going to play the last 10 minutes or so. Hit the like button, y'all. I know it's hard. I mean, you guys don't have a lot of respect for Black Americans. I realize that there's so much anti-Black American. It's so obvious. I mean, so many people dislike us. It's horrible. But we ain't hurting America like foreigners are. And it's been proven, okay?
Family tax cuts that every single Democrat voted against. Hardworking families, the welders, the waitresses that I meet on factory floors across this country, from Pennsylvania to New Mexico, where I'll be tomorrow. Brooke and I are going to Arizona tonight. So we see this everywhere we go. It's one of the most underreported stories in the media. Main Street is back, and that's because America first. I'll tell you the other thing about fraud. Small businesses are particularly hurt by the fraud because they're some of our biggest taxpayers in the country. And they show up every day. They work hard to provide for their employees, to build their businesses. They're doing it the honest way. And they see fraudsters taking from the American people. It's taxpayer money. And so you think about, at the SBA, we found $200 billion in fraudulent PPP loans that the Biden administration tried to hide and forgive and sweep under the rug. We've turned the first $22 billion of that over to Treasury for collections and to DOJ for prosecution. Our Inspector General is already announcing that people are going to jail. There are jail sentences now being served. We've announced that 140,000 people have been barred from ever getting SBA loans again, defrauding the government for about $9 billion. So we are going to continue our work under the great leadership of Vice President Vance and appreciate the partnership because it's really accelerated our ability to get the job done. But then just back to small businesses. We have record business formation in this country. That's another story that the media won't tell you. Over 500,000 businesses on average a month this year. So it's not just record people working, strong job creation, business formation at all-time records in this country, but we have manufacturing expansion 4 consecutive months. That means that's a leading indicator, meaning that we have expansion coming. Another story the media won't tell you, 98% of all manufacturers are small businesses. 75% of our defense industrial base is small business. They're our main exporters. And so America first, free trade, fair trade, deregulation, tax cuts, and energy dominance is helping workers on Main Street, and that's why they tell you to tell me to tell you, Mr. President, thank you, and they love you.
Well, thank you very much. Great job. Thank you, Kelly. And I just say, we went to China last week. We had an amazing meeting with President Xi. The relationship's very good. We're doing a lot of business with China now, but it's not where they were ripping us off. For years and years, they ripped us off like nobody ever got ripped off. Now it's a very profitable business that we do with China. And they respect our country again. We're the strongest military in the world by far. They respect our country again. Scott, please.
Sir, on the economy, 2 words: resilience and prosperity. The continued resilience of the economy speaks for itself, even during the Iran conflict, and it speaks to the strength of your leadership. Pro-growth policies are creating conditions for American families and businesses to prosper. We're entering the second half of our 250th anniversary year with renewed optimism and momentum. It has never been a better time to be an American, and as you said earlier, we have a record number of Americans working. The economy that you are building is not only strong, but secure and resilient and better positioned to compete globally. Real GDP has risen 2.7% over the past 4 quarters, something that many economists said couldn't be done. In the first quarter of 2026, despite the Iran conflict, GDP grew at a 2% annual rate. The Atlanta Fed GDP now is predicting 4.3% for this quarter. In terms of prices, I believe the prices are transitory. Oil will be lower than pre-conflict levels when this ends. Natural gas is already down. As you mentioned, drug and pharmaceutical prices, they are plummeting, and rent is down. We are more resilient to energy price fluctuations due to your energy dominance agenda, to regulatory efforts, and we have never sold so much energy to the rest of the world.
I'm going to fast forward it to the question part. Let me see if there is a part of, let me see.
Special. Those prices are going to come down. They're going to come down fast.
We'll pick it up later if we have time. I think I've let the cabinet meeting pretty much do its thing. We are now going to transition in continuing to talk about this President Mahama. When I get more likes, I will read the statement of President Trump. His signature is right here for y'all to see. Okay, he did mail me a nice little statement. He did read it, which is a lot more than what the Congressional Black Caucus or any Democrat or NAACP. I remember many years ago, I called the NAACP for something. Somebody being a racist or discriminating against me. I don't even remember the situation. It's been so long ago. Left a message on the voicemail, never got a call back, no nothing. I mean, what kind of representation do they have for Black Americans? They don't have representation for us at all. Their representation is for everybody else but us. It's every other melanated person besides us. That's why they keep harping over black representation, because they included the illegals and the immigrants in our bracket. They're not talking about us. They're talking through us for others and forgetting about us. They have disrespected us for the very last time. And we see everything that you guys have been doing, and y'all didn't see Trump coming. Y'all didn't see Trump doing all the things that he's doing now. Y'all had no awares. Y'all were not prepared. And everything that has been hidden is coming to light. If anybody's still stuck on stupid with the Democrats, you just want to be. You're just a crash out dummy. You're just a fool. Or you might be a punk, because a lot of them are on the side of the Democrats, because they are all, and I don't have nothing against gay people. I was gay for years. But I put my American nationality above everything. My autonomy, my conscious choice and will above my sexuality. The gay people today are putting their sexuality over their rights and plights as a person of American soil. And that's where they're wrong. But, you know, these melanated people that come over here to take part in the power structure and having leadership over the so-called Black people, they're looking out for gay rights. They're looking out for melanated people that are not Black Americans. That's all they've been doing for years. We got a glimmer of it with Jesse Jackson. Jesse Jackson really let me down. As a kid, I used to love Jesse Jackson before the name change of 1988. I hoped and wished that he became president. I was rooting for him. I really liked him a lot. And when he did that, it just destroyed everything about him to me. And when we seen what he did right after he didn't win, he went on to the Rainbow Coalition. He was looking out for everybody else but us, looking out for gay rights and immigrant rights, everybody else. When he died, who was really harping over his death? Immigrants, gay people. It wasn't the Black Americans. We were like, he ain't never did nothing for us. Bye. Just like when Sheila Lee Jackson died. We were like, bye. We didn't give a damn because they never gave a damn about us. They let us down under the umbrella of blackness. Blackness doesn't do nothing for us. It just keeps us convoluted, muzzled, and kept back from having our own narrative and own voice to make our own choice about what we desire in our own community. That use of the word black, that now Africans are trying to make African mean black. That's why we got to get ahead of what Africa is trying to do and Pan-Africans are trying to do. You know, they're hoping to change our identity. That's why they keep on talking about we African, and we need to block them from doing that. We're not your children. We're not your property. We're nothing to you, okay? And we do not want to be forced onto. No means no, okay? We've been telling you no. You invited us. We don't believe you. We don't care. We don't want to come. We don't want to go to the picnic. We don't want to share in your cultural exchange. None of that. I don't want to repatriate somewhere I ain't never been. I don't need to meet nobody over there in Ghana. If I don't meet them here, oh well. Who cares? Enough of y'all is over here as it is. Okay? And y'all trying to dictate to us what we're supposed to care about and feel like. No, I'm not your child, okay? And that's why we have this problem today. Because y'all been running around acting like y'all was over us, like y'all was an overlord over us. When we would have something to say, y'all would tell us that's divisive and just put your hand up in the air and walk away. Treating grown-ups like that. I've seen people go to council meetings, especially in Chicago, with Flip Red, and people disallowing them to speak on the mic because they were going against their agenda of illegals and immigrants. And you guys blocked us from having our 3 minutes on the mic. And now y'all talking about we all in this together. I don't think so. You on your own. If you lose your seat, I'm gonna congratulate it because you ain't never did shit for us since you got in office, since you became a Congressional Black Caucus, since you became in the NAACP. What have y'all done? Only if somebody dies, then you come out. That's the only time we hear from y'all. That's it. You want to use our death to use it and flaunt in front of our faces. That's the only time you come out. Any other time, you ain't got time and we being divisive. And you can wait. No, we're not waiting and we're not caring about how you feel about how we feel. You know, you can call me a coon all you want, but I'm not going to be your bitch and I'm not going to be your servant and I'm not going to be your slave. And that's all that matters, okay? Truth be told. Yeah, at least we know our enemies. So, okay, so now let me just, first of all, I want y'all to know the African Union's address for others that may want to also look for a lawyer to give them a cease and desist. Like I said, they've been doing too much. I'm going to let you see it. They are located in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, P.O. Box 3243. Phone number 011-552-5837. Fax number 0115-52-5840. Check to verify it hasn't changed as far as the fax number because this is an older written letter that I received in reference to Dr. Ericana, who was the ambassador of the African Union in 2019, and the reasons why she was actually fired, okay? And she was the primary person that kind of got my wheel spinning in 2018. And I'm going to play some of the stuff that she said to kind of like refresh my memory and also give y'all the insight that I had about her. She was running around on social media complaining about colonization of Africa and saying 14 countries were colonized by France and $500 billion were siphoned every year to France. And, you know, she was, you know, acting as if she was being a, I guess, an advocate to express this truth and all this type of thing. But behind all that, she was also embezzling money, allegedly, according to this letter that I got, for the real reason of why she was fired. But before that firing happened in 2018, I took an interest in hearing her. When I heard her, I just felt something was off, because she kept on referencing, you know, the diaspora and African Americans. Every waking moment of the conversation would always come to us, and always talking about building up Africa, referencing us, a little bit too heavy. And I was like, what is this deal with this woman always bringing us up? You know what I'm saying? And come to find out, she had a lot of influence with the African Union to have them do some of the things they've been doing as of late, assuming that we're a part of their region back in 2003, where she wasn't there then, but she got hired on in 2017. But since the year returned from Ghana, she's married to a Ghanaian. She was in cahoots with the President Ado of that time, and they were in cahoots about this year of return. You know, this fantasy storytelling of us longing to be reunited with our long lost relatives. Again, a scam. These people don't see us as their people. They just see our money, and they see what we have done over here, and they want a little bit of that over there. Well, more than a little bit. They want all of it. They want us sacrificing everything for them, and they want us to be serving them, giving up everything we got towards building up them as if they're our Lord and Savior. And, you know, that really pissed me off, because again, I don't serve no man. I believe in serving God, and then worrying about myself. And my people. I don't give a damn about other people, because other people ain't giving a damn about me. I don't give people stuff. I don't trust people just because, in other words. I don't do that. So let me get back to some of the videos that really stuck with me. I want y'all to hear how she was talking, and also I'll read the letter about her being fired afterwards. But I want you to hear a little taste of the rhetoric that she was doing way back when. It's going to be kind of interesting. Let me find this video. Okay, I want you guys to hear this. This is when she was still an ambassador. Oh, actually, it was after she was fired. This is 2020. This is after she was fired, but she was still labeling herself the ambassador still. But I want you to hear what she had to say. I want you to understand the mindset of a scamming ass African, and how they think that they can use their magic of manipulation and Jedi tricks to get Black Americans to feel some kind of way. Again, if they really was about Pan-Africanism, the first people that they would be wanting to help is the migrants that keep fleeing all over the place, okay? They will want to help the Haitians that's having a really hard time over there with the gang situation, and other places that's really hostile. They don't care to change anything about it. And also they would want to get rid of slavery altogether, because modern day slavery still exists. So since they're not gung-ho over wanting to deal with those issues, that just tells you that they're not legitimately really liking and loving people as they say. It's all about the Benjamin. They see us as debt slaves in the making. That's why they cannot stop talking about this so-called notion of 1.3 spending power that we supposedly have. It's always on their mind, day and night. They don't ever talk about none of this to nobody else, but always directly to us, every African that don't get along normally on the continent. When they get online talking at us about Pan-Africanism, they all act like they love one another because they're all in cahoots to trick us out of our birthright. And they're all in cahoots to try to get us to do their job for them. And that's where I have disdain for. I despise their behavior. I despise their demeanor. I despise their intention. And I despise the fact that they think that they can pull this off to all of us. It's not going to work. Your manipulations is over. Okay? It's over. I've heard enough. I've seen enough. And now it's time to activate and do something about what you guys think y'all about to get away with before the next election takes effect. My mission is to get a lawyer, an international lawyer, to address all of y'all, because I'm sick of y'all thinking y'all have the reign to talk crazy to us and get away with it. No, you don't.
Hey, call me Louis. This is my spot. Louis.
It's something that we need to understand if, as Black people, if we are going to change our circumstances in the world.
And just remember, y'all, they were never known as being Black. In fact, they would correct you back in the 90s and the 80s if you called them Black. They didn't have the scheme that they got now going. And it's been going on for years now. If I had to guess, it's probably been going on since Obama has been president, since he made presidency. They probably got together and orchestrated this notion of this return to Africa, because Obama did go to Ghana and pretending like he was one of us and understanding the dungeons and all, walked around looking all solemn and all this performative bullshit. He brought forth the idea, in my opinion, for these Africans to feel like they can have at us, to take us over, to undermine us, to dominate us, to control us, to block us, to keep us at arm's length from progress so that they can swoop in and claim that they got the answers for us. They wanted our lives to be a living hell so that they can come in the guise like they're here to help. But they're only here to help themselves. They could care less about any of us. And this woman made me understand that when I started listening to her and then realizing how much of a fraud she was and how she got fired and how the manipulation of her talks went. You'll see. Keep watching. Hit the like.
We are the most disrespected race by design. We were systematically brainwashed. We were systematically put in the state of mind that we are in. If you look at, let's take it back to Africa, prior to the children of Africa being taken out of Africa as slaves, and even after they were taken out of Africa as slaves, the instructions that the missionaries were given in terms of how to deal with the African.
And of course, she doesn't make mention of how it was really wicked of the Africans to do what they did. Oh, they were taken away. Oh, other things really happened. It was a misunderstanding. The white man wanted you to think this. You know, the Africans were depicted in a light that wasn't true. Oh, in Africa, slavery wasn't as bad as the white man. So they're way better than the white man. Okay. We were stolen from them. We're really belonging to them. All this lying that she tells. She's not even a good liar. I knew she was a lying mother. I knew she was a lying snake of a woman the first time I heard her speak. Here we go.
Remember, when they came to Africa, they found very resistant people, very well-established religious, educational systems, people who were so strong that they didn't know how they could conquer Africa unless they...
All these advancements and all this knowledge, supposedly way back when, but there's no semblance of it right now. Very interesting. No semblance of the buildings and the kingdoms and all these things that they were able to do that they taught the white man. But it got stolen from them because their people were stolen. So the brain drain really made Africa so insufferable. All those men over there right now pumping iron and pumping cements and doing all kinds of tricks to be seen on social media, not put to work, and they got all those muscles for what? But she's here telling another version of the history that really happened. These people were maliciously selling people for generations, for mirrors, for alcohol. They were laughing and high-fiving the white man, the Portuguese, the Arabics, everybody. They were all having fun about it. And now they want us to believe 400 or 500 years later, it's a misunderstanding. You were misinformed. They're trying to clean up their image, but the stain is too bright. It's too bright. You can't take away that stain. That blemish is always going to be there. The truth is always going to be the truth.
Addressed the issues of Africa from the core. So they set out a process of letting us believe that everything to do with Black and African was bad, and everything to do with white was better. White and European was better. We have to understand that the missionaries were given instructions on how to instruct us and how to control our minds. They were taught.
Again, the Africans were in cahoots with everybody that was being sold. They're just mad that they got out hustled and cheated out of their position of being on the same level at the time when the slave trade was high and mighty. They got tricked out of their own hustle, and they want us to feel bad for them for not having accomplished what the white man has accomplished with us over here in America. I don't feel bad. I'm sorry. It's karma to me. I don't have no emotion to give. But again, she's sitting up here crafting a whole nother story, trying to make it seem like, oh, these people were so prominent. They were so pristine. They were so righteous. They were so knowledgeable. The white man came in and corrupted them, and they lost their way, and their people got stolen, and now they're struggling to get back up. No. Sorry, miss.
They were told to teach us how to read, but not to reason. It was a systematic process, specific instructions on how to handle a Black person in order to get them where they wanted us to be. They used the same process with the slaves on the plantations, where they began this process of divide and conquer, lighter-skinned people versus darker-skinned people. The straighter your nose.
A fun fact, she actually owns a plantation in Tennessee. Literally, she purchased an old plantation in Tennessee, and she raved about how she became good friends with the son that's related to the bloodline of the masters of that house, and how they became best buddies, and how she was able to make him feel better about dealing with Black people because she was so kind to him and let him stay a lot longer before he was asked to, or he wasn't asked to move. He stayed as long as he needed to move, to relocate. And she gave provisions to him, and in their friendship, she changed his mind. And I was like, wow, this is unreal. But literally owns a plantation in Tennessee. And this is the mindset of a woman that thinks that she is a master over us. I picked this up, my discerning spirit picked this up from her, that she has activated this egotistical, narcissistic perversion of herself to believe that she's supposed to be over us and that she's a master over us and we're to do what she says. Okay. But she's using trickery first. Check it out.
Versus the flatter your nose, thin lips versus thick lips. It was a process that we have been put through. We have been trained to self-hate. I use the example of religion, and I use an example of myself growing up in Zimbabwe. The British did not come to Zimbabwe until 1896. Prior to their coming, we did not know of white color or black color. We were Africans. We were Africans. But the missionaries came in and they told us about Christianity. They told us about Jesus Christ. They told us about the angels who were white and the devil who was black. Then they turn around and say, the angels are desirable. They do the wonderful things. We must aspire to be like them. And they said, oh, by the way, we may not look like this white sheet of paper. Besides, remember, they introduced the color white and the color black. We didn't have that. So we know how black looks like. We know how white looks like. But they turn around and say, the angels are white and we are white too. Never mind how we look. We may not look like this piece of paper, but believe we are white. And we represent the angels.
So the same thing that the missionary people did, bringing Christianity to the globe and tricking them out of their own land and their own resources for Jesus and all this other thing, is what she's trying to do to us in preaching this gospel of Pan-Africanism, doing the same thing. She is a black supremacist. She wants us to, believe that Pan-Africanism is likened to Christianity, and that worship of Africa, the Mecca, is what all black melanated people should do. The same thing that the white man did with Christianity. Pan-Africanism is used as the same mechanism to us. Now, yes, she actually, literally, Nikki, purchased a slave plantation. Let me just show you real quick. I'll read a little bit of it. Okay. You can go to Ghana Web. I'm going to read it. It says, how an old U.S. slave plantation could save lives in Africa. A Zimbabwean doctor has bought a former Tennessee slave plantation and, with her Ghanaian husband, has turned it into a cultural sanctuary with the goal of revolutionizing healthcare in African countries. We can all say that we've seen some amazing ironies in life, but few have experienced one like Dr. Ericana Hombre, a Zimbabwe African born physician and frequent Florida visitor and landowner who lives in the heart of Tennessee. She and her husband, Dr. Ni Sabenkwe, are both highly touted physicians. After completing her undergraduate education at Fisk University, she matriculated at Meharry Medical College and earned degrees in general chemistry, a master's degree in organic chemistry, and a doctor of medicine degree. Her husband is a native of Ghana, a graduate of Yale. But yes, they are now the owners of an Africa House, an expansive plantation-style mansion where dignitaries and beauty queens, ambassadors, and other luminaries have stayed as the special guests. It is also the couple's occasional weekend home. Isn't that nice? They have a weekend home. She also has a home, I believe, I heard, in South Africa, Zimbabwe, probably also Ghana, all the different scams and schemes this woman has had. She at least has 3 to 4 houses, and including this plantation. So, in my opinion, she believes that, she's taken on the spirit of the plantation slave master, and she thinks that we're supposed to be, whipped into shape with this Pan-African garble talk, that we're supposed to just fall in line like the white man used to do with Christianity. The issue is the white man used to go around and enforce it. She can't do that. But they could use Democrats, congressional Congress people that are immigrants, to side with her to get rid of us. And they all were in cahoots together to come up with this storyline of the return to Africa of Ghana of 2019. And she was one of the forerunners in this talk And this is the person that struck my attention to make me be like, what the fuck is up with this woman?
We represent the angel. And you're black. You may not look like this cover of my phone, which is black, but you represent the devil. The devil is black. The devil is evil. We all must run away from the devil. You don't want to represent the devil. Oh, by the way, you may not look like this black piece of paper, but you're black too. Then now let's go to church. And we kneel down in front of the white angels, in front of white Jesus, who we know very well Jesus Christ was not white. Even their own Bible tells us he had crimson skin. We know for a fact that when Mary and Joseph were running away from King Herod, they were told to go to Egypt. Why? Because in Egypt, Jesus Christ would blend with those who looked more like him. If he was white, they would have told them to run to Europe. So we have all these obvious lies that we have been told. So for centuries, we have knelt and worshipped white Jesus and white angels and denied that which they told us represented us. So they systematically put us through a process of self-hate. It is not by surprise that we hate ourselves. We don't like each other. We don't trust each other. Understand that this has been a systematic process of criminalizing blackness, of teaching us and training us to hate everything that looks like us, and educating that the more we look closer to what white people do, the better off we are. So we spend the rest of our lives and the lives of our children and the lives of generations to come, if we do not do something about it, hating ourselves, teaching our children to hate ourselves. We are a sick people.
Hello. We don't hate ourselves. You're hating that we are not worshiping you. Okay. You're upset that we don't put off ourselves and cater and worry about Africans first. We're not going to do that. You all are not doing it either. You can't expect us to do what you refuse to do, and you're actually a continental African. Okay? But again, I just want y'all to hear the manipulation, her talking about what the white man did. We know what the white men did a lot better than her, okay? But we also understand that there's been dictators in Africa, there's been genocides in Africa, there's been warring going on in Africa, there's been tribes and other circumstances to where they can't unify among themselves. So they cannot come over here to America and wag their fingers about us unifying with them, because they're not unified over there. We'll get to South Africa soon enough, because y'all know it's really going crazy over there. But these Pan-Africans ain't talking that much about South Africa. They steadily in our ear talking about you African. They are gun-ho, stickling to this notion to tell us about ourselves, because again, we are the agenda. We are the chosen people of God, and they want us to be underneath their thumb. They want to have supremacy over us. They want to have rulership over us and authority over us, and that has got to not happen. Not on my watch. I'm not from there. I'm not from them. If they want to go order somebody around, they need to go gather themselves like Ghana had to go gather Ghanaians out of South Africa because they were being threatened. They got until June 30th to get the fuck gone. Ghana's president had to go get an airplane to get those people up out of there, or else. And he needs to get other Ghanaians out of other places and leave us the fuck alone. I'm not Ghanaian. I don't share your culture. I don't share your language. I don't share your God. I don't share your belief. And I don't give a damn about you. And that's just it. I'm not going to play games and pretend like, oh, we all black. I should try to believe in. No, you guys don't have faith and trust in yourself. You guys don't do right by yourselves. I'm not throwing my life away to believe in a lie for you because you claim you're black now. No. That fraud, that finesse will never, ever work on me.
Let's face it. We need healing. We have been so brainwashed to hate ourselves. We have been so brainwashed to the point that even the obvious lies, we hear them, we know their lies, but we can't get ourselves to unbelieve. I believe in Jesus Christ. What I have problems with is what they have done with the name of Jesus Christ. Abused his name, misrepresented his name. Religion, they have used it as an instrument to brainwash us. I believe in the religion. It is how it is taught to us and presented to us. It is distorted. It is no longer the truth that the Bible speaks of. But we know better. Because when we are lied to, we know it. Why do we find it so difficult to denounce those lies? The lies that Martin Luther King spoke about. We know we do some of the dumbest things. A black man opens a shop in a black neighborhood. And the minute a Chinaman opens a shop next door to them, we black people, we stop patronizing a black man and we run to the Chinaman. It's the case of the white man's ice is colder. How sick can we be? How dumb?
That's what you guys are doing, Dr. Ericana. You're in America. And if you do go to Africa, it's just for vacation. You're not on the ground, staying 10 toes down in Africa, come what may. Okay, so you think the ice is cooler over here. We built this country. We helped sacrifice for this country. We're not going nowhere. We're not giving up our birthright because you want to come with a sing-song story. You first. Get all the Africans to follow you out of America and go get the Africa that you think you want to build. Stop talking this bullshit to us. Stop trying to trick us out of our birthright. This is why I knew this woman was strange and wicked, because she's not making sense. She lives in America. Okay, if she was really about it, she'd be living in Africa. If she was really about it, she wouldn't be having this wig on. She would be rocking her real hair. Okay? It's, again, the same principle that many Africans have. Do as I say, not as I do. You guys don't get to use that terminology on us, and we just fall in line like little slaves. We're not going to be your servants. We're not going to be your property. We are not your people. We don't give a damn about these stories. Use it on the people that have fled and get them to do what you're beckoning for us to go do, because we're not believing you. Okay? You said her wig and eyebrows tell me everything I need to know about her. I know she does look wicked, doesn't she? Her mouth is twisted. But as this goes on, you're going to really hear her get emotional when she says that we should call ourselves African. She's been trying to claim that we're African. She's trying to bash us into the belief that we must claim being African. And now they're trying to equate black to being African when black was never known until we made it popular here in America. We are the black people of the people that's recognized the most. When you think of black history, you don't go to Africa talking about Africa. You think about the United States and you think about the civil rights and everybody else here. But they're playing Jedi games. Now they're trying to act like, oh, we've been black all along. We're the original black. No, you're not the same black as I, okay? Our history is not the same, okay? You are wanting to be a black supremacist. And I'm telling you, we're not having that. She does look wicked. Let's go.
Can we be? Even in the face of obvious truths, it's easier for us to believe a white man when they lie to us because the white man said so. The question is, how long will it take us to understand that those are lies that we have been told, that we have been programmed to hate ourselves? Understand.
By the way, she wrote a book with the same garble And they are all in cahoots claiming that if we don't believe we're African, that we're brainwashed, that we are, what do you call it when Stockholm homes and all this other type of crap. No, 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 no. You're not my psychologist. You're not my psychiatrist. You're not authorized to think for me. You're not authorized to tell me what I'm doing or thinking. I tell you what I'm doing and thinking. I have my own brain. They think that they can collectively tell us as a people that we all have a sickness, that we're off if we don't look to them. Again, where are these Africans that are fleeing all over the place? Why don't you tell them first to go do what it is you want us to do? Okay, no, she's not doing that. She's telling us to do because she thinks she should be able to have the authority to tell us to do. She thinks the ones that are freely in other countries, that's their right to live the cool life, the colder glass of water in the white man's land. She's not telling them nothing to do. She's not ordering them out of America and Canada and all these other places to build up Africa. No, she's bringing this malarkey to us. Only us. That's why you know there's something warped about this woman, and that's why I peep game with this bitch right here. I call her Bitch Witch, by the way. That's my nickname to her. Bitch Witch, okay? You said I saw a book on Amazon called Grandma Told Me. And it was written by an African who was basically saying that Black Americans don't know our own history and our grandmothers taught us self-hate. Again, they think that they should be having the authority over what diagnosis of us is. Trust me, the African American studies in college was all about trying to analyze Black Americans. It was always there to put forth this notion of this is the truth, and anything that you believe outside of what we're teaching you, it's self-hate, okay? That is a way of basically tricking us out of our own autonomy of thoughts, consciousness, and will. Basically submitting us to being like a slave. And we're to be told what to think. We're to be told what to do. These Africans are supposed to be superior over us, and we're supposed to take orders from them. You guys notice, if you go to TikTok or you get on these panels listening to Africans, they slip up all the time because they're choking off of wanting so bad to tell us what to do. They got it bad. They got it bad. They need to get some therapy to get that shit out of their heart, because all they seem to fester over, all they seem to do is worry about when will they have access to us? When will they have access to our money? Why can't we just have at them now? Because we're American and we live in a whole nother jurisdiction and we are freed people. That's why you can't have at us, okay? Those are the barriers. They hate, above all, us having the 14th Amendment protection. Don't you know, with all these deportations showcasing our protection here, really has rattled the Africans to their core, the Pan-Africans to their core, because now they know that we have a right that we never we took for granted, I would say. For many, many years, we took for granted. People would throw around they wanted to renounce their citizenship. And then all this stuff is now happening with deportations and all these things. Ain't nobody talking about renouncing citizenship now, are they? All these Pan-Africans like Umar Johnson ain't uttering a word about renouncing the citizenship now, is he? But he talked that shit a couple of years ago. Okay? They always want us to give up something, to sacrifice, to give up our birthrights. They want us to look up to them as if they are superior and we're nothing without, them helping us out. They're not going to help us out. They want us to serve them. That's the message I want y'all to understand. And I don't care who's mad about it, because y'all know, and I know, if y'all do a panel on TikTok, please, or YouTube, If you get an African on your platform, ask them, hey, since you guys are claiming Black, do you feel that you guys should kind of have the leadership role and authority over Black Americans? And see their answer, see how they scramble to answer that question, because that's exactly precisely what they're thinking about. You ask that question, you're going to get all the answers and all the gibberish that you're going to ever dare get. Ask them that. Catch them off guard and ask them that. I dare you.
Your history. That will begin the process of healing. Understand what has been done to you. Understand that you're riding somebody else's train, going in somebody else's direction towards their own destination. Your train is in the next track. It should be going in the opposite direction. That is where your destiny is. Understand that you are the father of humanity. Understand, as a Black woman, you are the mother of humanity. You gave birth to the first human being. Understand that before they were, you were. So as the father and mother of humanity, why do you accept the lies? Why do you allow those you gave birth to, those whose shared existence depends on you, to abuse you? Understand your history. Understand where you have been. Stand on the tallest mountain and let the world know the facts that they themselves have uncovered. They went to Europe, looking for the origins of humanity. They couldn't find it there. They went everywhere around the world looking for the origins of humanity. They couldn't find it until they came to our Africa. So stand on top of the tallest mountain and proclaim to the world who you are. But that starts with your understanding of your history. Let the world know that you're the beautiful, intelligent, sophisticated, highly adaptable, and totally indestructible original person, original human being, the African. So yes, it was a long answer, but you needed to hear it from the beginning. It starts, it stays, and it ends with your understanding of your history. Know your history, know where you have been, and understand and accept first and foremost that we are a wounded people and we need healing. And that healing begins with one having a serious conversation with the image in the mirror. Thank you.
Again, she's not talking about Africans. You notice she's talking at us. This is all for us. She's not browbeating Africans that have fled, that's living their best life in America, UK, Canada, living off the hog of the vapors of other people's sacrifice, such as our ancestors. Oh no, she don't have a problem with that. She don't want us to live off the vapors of our ancestors. You get it? She wants her people to live off of our ancestors' sacrifice, but not us. She wants us to be sacrificed over there in Africa to attempt to do whatever she desires, whether it fails or not. She just wants to have the control and the access to us to attempt it without our consent. If she had it her way, if we didn't have the 14th Amendment, if we weren't called Americans, if we weren't over here in America, trust and believe if she had the power, she is a dictator type that would try to force herself to force us to do stuff against our will. This woman cannot be trusted under no circumstance. And after I let this play, I will read the letter from her, from the African Union, submitted to the State Department in 2019 on why this woman preaching all this lies is a fraudster. And she's still defrauding. She has a database. She's collecting people's information. She lies and says she's going to build Wakanda. She's collected so much money since 2019 after her firing. And she still is seen here and there with more lies and schemes. The latest was claiming she had a way of getting citizenship in Burkina Faso. Captain Toure, the guy that's been championed as the Pan-Africanist that chased off the French president and the French people and all this other stuff, that she was using him as a tool to get us to give up money, claiming we wanted to, rub elbows with the Burkina Faso vibration of what he's doing over there. She knew how to get citizenship. All you had to do is sign on and pay this much money and invest this much money and put your information, your name, your number, address, work, where you were born, where your parents were born, asking all these questions, collecting all your information, claiming she was going to do this and that and the third, haven't done shit. But she got all this money still counting to this day. To this day. This woman's, you cannot trust a lying snake like this. I don't care if she has melanated skin. It's what's inside of her that we should be worried about. Her mind of wanting to be a black supremacist. I don't want to deal with a black supremacist. I don't want to deal with a dictator. I don't want to deal with these types of people. Go get your own to dictate to them, okay? We're not your people and we're not your property. We're not your slaves. Get over yourself, okay? It is what it is.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Very passionately presented. I will say that if the color coding was intentional and for that matter, it was also false, why do we continue to call ourselves blacks and call others whites or yellow or whatever? Why don't we just stop using that categorization and simply call ourselves Africans?
You're right.
Yeah.
I speak to that. I speak to that all the time. Again, we are just accepting the blatant lies. My brother, I'm looking at you. You're looking at me. I don't blend with my black hair. I don't blend with my black dress. So yes, those are lies. We need to undo them. So maybe there needs to be a movement that needs to start to say we are Africans and we refuse to be color-coded anymore. Because that color coding, it goes to the core of who we are. Look at that little experiment.
You didn't have the color coded, lady. You are from Zimbabwe. You come from a tribe. You have your own identity. You have nothing to do with ours. You are not regulating how we feel about ourselves. Sorry. Nice try, but it doesn't fly. I'm not African. I'm not exchanging my American status to become an immigrant like you and call myself African under no circumstance. And anyone that calls themselves African that is an American living in America that's been here for generations, you are the biggest dummy. You are a fool. You are being tricked out of your birthright by scamming ass Africans. That's what it is. So in saying that, I'm going to read real quick about her firing just to let y'all know I was on the trail of hers and I knew something was up with her and I found it out. Okay. Oh, let me read some of these comments first. Yeah, that hatred and evilness does show up in their faces and also their tone when they talk at us. You notice how they talk at us. They don't have the capacity and ability to really have compassion for us because they feel like we have it made and they're jealous that we've had it made. And many others are suffering over there in the continent as if we had something to do with that. They want to put the blame on us or make us feel the blame as if we had something to do with it. It's like, no, you're not guilt tripping me. No, that's how they want us to feel, though. They want us to feel so guilty that we've been living free, even though we have our hiccups here and there, even though we still struggle here and there. It's a lot better than their situation over there in Africa. And they want us to feel, guilted that we got it better. We got clean water. We got, good air conditioning and we got, good medical services. Not always. I've had my issues with doctors before. I could tell you another story. But there's been trauma, a lot of trauma that we've been through as Americans living as Black Americans. But like I said, I don't want to exchange this situation to take a chance in Africa and deal with dictators and people that wants to subjugate you. They're longing to have this power over us. And they think that we're so dumb enough not to sense what they're trying to do. We see what President Mahama pulled in the UN. That's all you need to know. You come into a whole nother land talking about you claiming ancestors' bones as your own people. That was such a bold, disrespectful move. That was so disrespectful. You were part of a slave trade. You were a part of a Ganja tribe that captured tribes of people and enslaved them. That's his bloodline. And he came as if he was doing the same thing in the old spirit of his ancestors, capturing our ancestors without our blessing, without our consent, and boldly did it. And was pissed that we had words to say. Luckily, we had people that got wind of him coming and staged a protest. And he had the nerve to say, I'm gonna try to find that video while this plays, but he had the nerve to say something to the effect that, slavery was this. He made a stupid little remark. I can't even remember. I'm gonna find it. But my point is that these people that are in power, I'm not talking about the struggling Africans. They are too busy trying to survive from day to day. But if you are in their vicinity and they see you have something, of course, they're going to want what you got. And they have the mindset of, they don't have nothing, so they want whatever they can get. A lot of times they're desperate. But these people that's in power, they don't have no remorse or concern or compassion for their own people. All the hundreds of billions of dollars that have poured into Africa for decades now, 60 years. Think about all that money. And they have never done nothing for their people, except for a few that were a part of their tribe that they sent forth to America or UK or whatever. Those people are connected to the kingdoms and the bloodlines of slave traders. Okay? The vast majority that stayed behind in Africa are the ones that's not really connected to that. They're, just asked out. And these people have millions and billions of dollars, and they still in a position of not correcting nothing. Think about Ghana. Every year they have floods, terrible floods. And every year they do nothing else to fix it. All of these years, they can't at least fix that. They can't have proper drainage to prevent the flooding to continue. That just goes to show you it's not affecting them, so they do not care. That's their mindset. They don't care. And I'm not putting my life in the hands of somebody like that, period. At least the white man, as much as he don't like to do a lot of things for us, he has a little bit of degree of help for us. I mean, the welfare system, even if it is always depicted as Black Americans are on it, by and large, as white folks and foreigners. Okay? If you really look at the statistics, I can never say that word, the percentages of who's on it, who benefits the most, it's white folks and foreigners, immigrants, refugees, all of them. So let me read this real quick because I want y'all to hear what all that talk she gave. This is what she was accused of. And this was brought forth on November 15th of 2019 there in Addis Ababa. It says the African Union Commission regrets the continuation of a misleading campaign on different media outlets regarding the circumstances of the end of tenure of Dr. Ericana Coihambre-Quao as the African Union permanent representative to the United States of America. I'm gonna keep saying Dr. Quao because her name is too hard to say. It's tongue-tying me. Dr. Quao received a letter on October 7th, 2019, bringing her tour of duty to an end. In line with the terms and conditions governing her contract of appointment, after serving 3 years as permanent representative of the African Union mission to the United States of America, per the African Union internal rules, a high-level team was deployed to the African Union representational mission to the United States in Washington, D.C. from October 16th to 26th of 2019 to carry out a supervisory audit of the office activities, facilitate the separation and the handover process against the mandate of the office and the approved program activities. During the mission, the team found evidence corroborated by Dr. Qual that she initiated and implemented with AU funds activities of the following entities that have no AUC formal approval or legal link to the African Union, nor any of its organs. So these were ghost entities that she made up, and she never let them in on what she was saying that she was doing behind the scenes, unbeknownst to the African Union. She made up a union, or the AU, called African Union African Diaspora Health Initiative. She made up African Electoral Integrity Initiative, Miss African Union Pageant, African Union Trading Company, LLC, Wakanda One Village Project Initiative, African Diaspora Global Fund, African Diaspora Federal Credit Union in the New England, African Diaspora Youth Leaders Summit, Pan-African Diaspora Women's Association, Pan-African Diaspora Men's Association, Pan-African Diaspora Youth Association, and the African Diaspora Retreat. The team found that the above entities, initiatives, associations, and or corporations have conducted the following without prior knowledge or consent. She has this thing about getting away with not getting consents. You see what I'm saying? A lot of Africans don't think that that's something that they have to abide by. They don't think consent matters. That's how you know that they think that they're superior, and they have a scammy culture, especially the elitists. Again, without prior knowledge or consent, and against the rules of the African Union. She utilized the African Union logo. She presented themselves as official AU programs and AU organs. She used the name of the AU. She registered the official physical address of the AU mission in Washington, D.C. as their legal and financial, I never can say this word, domicilium, whatever. I can't say that word. Number 5, some of these entities are illegally registered to the United States Internal Revenue Services with diplomatic tax certificates applied for by Dr. Qual. She raised or received funds in the name of the African Union. She collected donations from private sector entities and companies like Chevron Oil Company. Donations and funds were collected in the name of the African Union mission with no evidence that any amount collected were deposited in the African Union accounts, including but not limited to the amount of $10,000 donated by Chevron Oil Company, a private entity headed by a certain Melvin Foote, confirmed that they utilized the funds for unknown activities unrelated to the African Union or its mission in the Washington, D.C. By the way, the Melvin Foote is a Black American fool. She was hiring people to be attached to the African Union without the knowledge of the African Union. And Melvin Foote is a Black American older gentleman that is a crash dummy for Africa and Pan-Africans, running around looking lost all the time and never helping out Black Americans, but he's ever so willing to help out Africans. Like, he's a sellout. That's what I call sellouts. In this regard, the African Union Commission has written confirmation from Dr. Quao that the aforementioned initiatives and activities were her private engagements initiated by herself with no relationship to the African Union nor any of its organs. Can you imagine? You're hired to be an ambassador and you go concoct all these entities on your own. You hire your own flunkies and you gather money in the name of the African Union without the knowledge of the African Union. I mean, that's kind of ballsy, wouldn't you call it? All right. And then in this regard, the African Union Commission has written confirmation from Dr. Quao that the aforementioned initiatives, activities were her private engagements initiated by herself with no relationship to the African Union nor any of its organs. It was also found that Dr. Quao, in violation of the African Union rules and regulations, unilaterally made diplomatic appointments to several personalities unknown to the African Union. Yet she had her own little flunkies, her own little crash dummy fools, and for whom she sought the U.S. Department of State's recognition of these before her separation. She had the nerve to submit these names to the State Department, bringing them up as if they were known to the African Union. Can you imagine the boldness of that? This is the mindset of a dictator. This is a mindset of a scamming ass African. This is a mindset of a black supremacist who think that they are not held to a standard or any rules or regulations. These are the people talking to us now. These are the people telling us about Pan-African. These are the people trying to demand that we accept being called African. These are the wicked people of the Bible that we've been warned about, that are full of ego and pride, and they do not know God. They think they are God. And we don't want no part to do with people like that, do we? Okay. It was also found, did I read that? Okay, I read that. Let me go back up. Okay, so the U.S. Department, she sought the U.S. Department of State's recognition of these individuals unknown to the African Union as bona fide envoys of the African Union. Before her separation, Ambassador Quao had signed official letters revoking these appointments. So she had to fire them after she was caught. She had to write letters removing them from their posted jobs as flunkies of hers, okay? These letters were forwarded to and said of individuals, and accordingly to the U.S. State Department was informed of this recognition or revocation. By the way, the U.S. State Department knows of her firing. As I said, I have the letter, the original letter that they got submitted to them. Here it is. I am reading it. And my point in bringing her up again is because she was the very reason of why I started paying attention. She is the reason why I looked up what Pan-African was. I felt like it was a scam, and I know why, because it is. It is. Let me see. Since the separation of Dr. Quao of October 31st, 2019, she has no further formal dealings with the AU, and the AU has implemented several remedial and preventable actions regarding the above mentioned issues. In this regard, the African Union Commission reserves the right to take any legal action, if necessary, against any use in any or misuse of its name, logo, and resources by any authorized individuals or entities. Finally, the African Union Commission reiterates that the claims made on social media suggesting, that Dr. Quao end of tenure is due to any pronouncements or opinions she may have held during her 3.5-year tenure are blatantly untrue and unsubstantiated. Dr. Quao herself confirmed that she has never been sanctioned by the commission on any public pronouncements she has made during her 3.5-year tenure, nor has the commission ever thought she needed to do so. On the contrary, Dr. Quao maintained a public presence freely without fear or prejudice to voice her opinions and do so via AU channels. So the point is, this is what these types of people are on. They want to be black supremacists. By any means necessary, they'll lie, steal, and cheat to get money, to get power, to get control, to try to assert their will without people's consent. And this is why after her, I started looking around more. And I wrote to the Congressional Black Caucus because of her and because of President Addo of Ghana with the year return. I wrote also because of the lackluster of support and representation of the Congressional Black Caucus. I wrote about it. It's a long letter. I ranted my ass off. I went in, and I have copies. I've been building a case because I knew eventually this time would come that we were going to have to possibly fight against Pan-Africans, fight against these Democrats, fight against these Africans who are thinking that they're going to colonize us. They're going to trap us and capture us like slaves of old. No, we're not doing that. I don't care how you feel. Like I said, if you feel African, that what I'm saying is so wrong, I suggest you pack up your bags and go back to Africa, okay? And do what she's telling us to do, since it's such a great idea. You need to be doing it first. You need to be on the first train smoking or first flight out smoking, okay? The nerve of y'all to think that you can tell us anything is the part that's really pissed me off. With all the stuff that our ancestors went through, all the suffering that they went through, all the dehumanization that they went through, the cruelty that they went through, that you helped put one possibly into, because many of us were already here, by the way, and we all are getting that knowledge and understanding. We understand that the people that were already here were enslaved and they were reclassified into Negro, colored, mulatto, loss of their true identity here in America. And the few that came over here, they're claiming to be about 388,000 only, which I think is a stretch. I cannot fathom 12 million people on wooden boats. Where did you store the water, the food? How did you keep people from being diseased with sepsis and all this other type of stuff? It's not adding up. People have been lying to us for a long, long time. People thought roots was going to be enough to get us all entrapped with the notion that we're from Africa. It never worked because we talked among ourselves. Even though I was a foster kid, my father pulled me to the side and told me, you have Cherokee in your family. We were on this land, okay? We know the truth. We don't care how many of y'all get together, all you melanated people that think that we're not deserving to be here, and you think that instead you need to be here and we need to be gone. Trump has helped us get right. And I'm so glad that the delineation movement started well before now, because now it doesn't hurt to see all these changes happening. Literally, it has lifted a big burden off our chest because we are facing our truth. And we're not allowing people to dictate and lie to us and accept being tricked. There are a few of you dumb birds I talk about. You hate me, I know. It's okay. Get in line. But like I said, if you feel like going to Africa, you're going to have to consent. You're going to have to put your name on the line. You're going to have to fly over there. You're not going to be able to bring a broad brush to all of us and have us entangled in your shit. And that's why I feel I have to get a lawyer, an international lawyer. Anyone that knows one, please hit me up at email, the number 4, Black Righteous Folks, number 4, at gmail.com. No links, because I don't know if you guys put a virus or anything like that. Just write out the information. You don't have to identify yourself. You could just tell me where to go. I would greatly appreciate the support from anyone. We're on our own with no support. People are wanting us to fail so that we would succumb to this notion of Pan-Africanism and have no outlet. That's what the Democrats have been banking on. That's what the Congressional Black Caucus has been banking on. That's what the NAACP has been banking on. They have all failed us, and they're all melanated people. Even some of them are from our lineage, have failed us most of all. So I don't give a flying F about melanated nothing. I don't give a damn about calling others black folks, and somehow that makes me feel obligated to you. Y'all came over here not obligated to us. Y'all came over here getting your own people in line and getting your own businesses in line and making your own capital and your own riches to send home. You never paid us no mind. You had disdain from get-go. Had Martin Luther King, Dr. Martin Luther King, and Malcolm X would have seen what we see now, they would have been disgusted. So I don't have no qualms at all for letting y'all know exactly what I'm about to do. Like I said, I did write Trump, and I will read now his mentioning me. And I appreciate, even if he's not going to do what I asked for, at least it's in the back of his head. And at least I have it as proof that I did write him. And getting a lawyer might make it easier. Okay. I'm going to try to do the attorney generals to see if they can recommend a lawyer for me, because this has been a pressing issue that I've had since 2021. But I've known about what I felt since 2018. And here we are, 2026. Everything that I said about Ghana came to light. Everything I'm saying about these elitists that want to be black supremacists. They want to regulate and dominate us. They want to have control and authority over us without our consent. And that's what we got to fight back against. That's why the delineation movement was right on time. So I'm going to read this real quick. This came from the White House, from Washington, dated May 11, 2026. It's going to be added to my file. It says, "Thank you for writing to me and for sharing your suggestion. The strength of our country lies in the spirit of the American people and their willingness to stay informed and get involved. I appreciate you taking the time to share your ideas. We are in our exciting time in our nation's history as America proudly celebrates 250 glorious years of independence, and we will continue making good on our promises to the American people. Every day I am fighting to lower your cost of living, make your neighborhood safer, and keep the American dream alive and flourishing for your family and every American family across our country. The golden age of America is finally upon us, and we only are getting started. May God bless you and your family. Sincerely," in his signature. It's a lot better than what the Congressional Black Caucus did for me in 2021. They never acknowledged my writing. They never corresponded back with a postcard, a call, a fax, an email, or nothing. I can say at least he did that much for me. And this is going to motivate me again to find an international lawyer. They need to submit a cease and desist to Ghana's president, Mahama, on what he thinks he's calling himself trying to do. Because again, they're hosting a conference meeting about our reparations yet again. He's acting as if he is in charge over us because he has a few nutty birds, 3,000 to 5,000 nuts that decided to take a chance and trust him and move over there. And whatever happens to them, that's on them. But I'm not attached to their decision. And I do not want none of us that don't trust these people to somehow have to be entangled and ensnared with them because Democrats said so, because the Congressional Black Caucus said so, because the NAACP said so. Y'all not our Lord and Savior. You guys are not our leaders. You're not representatives of us. You haven't been since Martin Luther King passed. He was the last real leader. He was actually in the mud. He actually sacrificed himself. None of you guys have sacrificed nothing. You have used the deaths of our people to help other people over us. That's what you guys been doing. You guys have been helping illegals out. You've been helping the Haitians out. You've been helping everybody else under the guise of this so-called blackness that you want us to cherish. No, the correct word to cherish is American. That's y'all kryptonite. You don't like us calling ourselves Americans because you can't have at us. You can't control us. You can't have that black supremacy over us. And with every fiber in me, I'm going to make sure you never do. Not on my watch, not with my people. You guys can take this shit and shove it. Okay, so let's get to now South Africa. I have a little bit of time to spare. We're going to talk about South Africa. Ghana had to save his real people from South Africans and get a flight for them to go home. And I want him to keep that same energy and focus on who's his people, because we are not. We will never be and accept him as our people because we see what he's on and we don't want none of it. We don't want none of y'all. We wish you well, but you're going to have to do your own sacrifice and build your own country up in your own continent. If you don't want to do it, it ain't going to get done. Period. Dot. Don't come to me with the bullshit. Don't come to mine with the bullshit and try to make it seem like we're hateful. Bitch, you're hateful. Telling us to do something that you ain't willing to do. That's real hate. You are anti-American. You're anti-Black American. And you don't think that we're supposed to see that. We feel it. We know it. That's why we delineate it from y'all. That's why this delineation is never going to stop. It's going to go on and on and on. And we will get y'all to stop and leave us alone, or we will be suing y'all. That's my warning. Either you pump your brakes and you deal with the nutty bars that take their asses over there to you, but you leave us out of your mess, or you will be sued. I'm going to gather within the next couple of years. I pray people contact me if you want to be a part of this team. I'm trying to get together. I need smarter people than me. I need people with other know-hows. I need people that can get the things popping. Yvette Carnell's never going to do nothing. Tariq Nasheed is settled in what he's doing. We have to be more serious and more progressive in our movements before anybody takes office the next election. Okay? Because the Democrats thought they had us in the palm of their hands and they were just going to just make us over. And by the grace of God, Trump got in office, and the truth has been revealed, and all schemes have been shown, and all participants of these schemes have been shown. So we know all y'all have been involved, rubbing elbows together, giving each other money to help out with campaigns. I'll scratch your back when I get in office. You scratch my back now. And we're the spoil in the middle that you guys are thinking that you're going to be able to manipulate and control. We're sick and tired of you guys treating us like slaves. This is 2026. We're not doing this no more. So people that want to still ride that Democratic lie train and be the fool of these people that don't give a damn about you, you on your own. Again, we need to separate the tares from the wheat. We're not going to be able to keep all of y'all as our own. We're going to have to treat you like you want to be treated. If you want to be treated like an African, we're going to treat you like an African. But you're not going to be in our faces telling us anything anymore. we're now going to be activated for action.
Welcome.
What made you leave Ghana for South Africa?
Life is, up and down, here and there. Things are not clicking, so we just decided to go and find a greener pasture. Here the peace, waiting for the victim. So we are back home.
Sorry, please. What did you do? Like immediately you got there, what work did you start with?
Honestly, I was a driver here, but I don't have driving license. That is an international driving license. So, and that place should drive, is it right? Yeah, so driving is difficult. So I decided to learn haircut, barbering and this kind of saloon things and dreadlocks.
Again, he said he left Ghana for greener pasture. What he said, greener pastures, because his government, his president, won't make work available for him. He's a well-looking guy as far as work is concerned. Why couldn't he help with stopping the flooding, deal with the drainage issues, and the streets need to be built, traffic lights need to be put up, plumbing needs to be done. All these things need to happen. But he had to leave to get his better life. And because South Africa is sick of being sick of these people bum rushing in their country, I sympathize with South Africans. Shout out to y'all for standing y'all ground, not letting them overtake you too. Not letting them just talk about this. We all brothers. They all these immigrants love to talk about this unity shit as they're taking over, a hostile takeover. Okay, but when they're in their own country, they have no words about unity or Pan-African talk. Just to us, to fool us. And we're not falling for none of that shit no more. It's over.
So that's what I was doing. So in the near future, I decided to change my style. So I was doing this sliding door and windows. But all of a sudden, it's not easy. So please.
We are sorry that has happened. So you are welcome.
Thank you very much.
You are very much welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much.
Smooth ride. Ethiopian Airlines, I'll recommend it. Yes. And it's a nice ride. And enjoy their services.
This how long have you been in South?
I don't remember. Yeah, the time I went there, you were a little boy.
Why are you headed from here? Why are you headed from here?
I am going to Sunyani. Yes, I want to enjoy my life there a little bit.
That's where family is.
Yes, that's where my family is.
Daddy, how was that?
Stop enjoying the fruit and the sacrifice of other people. Get your own. Then we will respect y'all more. We have no reason to respect y'all because y'all want to live off of everybody else's sacrifice and not get your own. And then you want to talk to us like you're superior to us. We're looking at you like you're retarded. Because we paved the way for you guys just to waltz on in and then take over. And that's got to stop. And I'm glad that Trump is on, his job to stop all these foreigners from all over the globe to take advantage of our government and defrauding our government, making all kinds of billions and millions of dollars and having us enslaved to help these people stay over here. That did not make no sense. Like, go home and do your own. Get the sweat going. Get your hands like full of, the grime that you need to make your changes in your country. Dedicate and sacrifice for like 4 or 5 years. And then you will see things change. If you don't do it, it's never going to change. Stop looking to us to be the fall guy. We're not willing to do that. We see what you guys are up to, and I'm letting you know flat out. I'm not sparing nobody's feelings no more, because it's very high time that, again, we defend ourselves. You know, you guys playing around with, you know, our history and trying to claim us, and now you want to hijack our holidays. You want to make money off of us. Y'all are insufferable. You make money off of the dungeons. You make money off of Juneteenth. Everything that you guys get from the vibration of slavery, you want to keep alive. You people have not changed. You guys don't care about slavery. You only care that you are not rubbing elbows with white men, with the country being built up to make it look pristine with streets and plumbing and all the other things that other countries have. That's all you're upset about. Your heart is not good. You're wretched. So let me find another video. Again, this was just people that just got off the plane, I guess. And they were talking about being saved and whatnot. But let's get to the nitty gritty. South Africa is not playing. They are not playing at all. And I respect them. Believe it or not, you know, shit, fight for your rights. Don't let people just come over and just take over. The fuck? These people just coming to snatch shit out of our hands. They don't give a damn about us. So I stand with South Africa. You know, they're like, we're going to get you going one way or the other. Fuck this shit. All these crimes you bringing over here, Nigerians and all that. They said, fuck this shit. I'm about to show you better than I can tell you. And I respect that. I just wish we had a little gumption about that ourselves. But we're getting there. We got to be more strategic in dealing with these Africans. We got to get somebody that has the power to make them stand back, to make them stop. Because if you don't, they ain't gonna stop. They're trying to dominate us. I don't give a fuck about the word black. I'm gonna tell you that right now. If you're not my bloodline, if you're not my ancestor, if you're not an American, you will never be in my mind first. Sorry.
Next time when we come, it has to be closure. South Africans must run the shops. South Africa has DSTV there in Ghana. They've employed qualified, educated Ghanaians.
I decided to go because they say we must go to our country and face our country. So I'm going to help people to face the country. We're going.
Me person me free from her because situation that me buy manyashi, and I wanted to go back.
I personally, I'm even ready to go back to Ghana, but because of certain situation,
not something you really plan for. It is only appropriate that we support you.
Cry, don't cry, don't cry.
all right, there was South Africa still na no mo se omunti jai ombe pamo Africans na omugu ho na omoji omodwuma no said ye omusi ka no. Na so foreigners na we Africans ebi mo so chese omompene visa omo document. So whilst others are on the streets, no, others also enam a few to say the who say Ghana near Brantia, Mr. Ibrahim Mahama, Ebuano, no, still no Gusunam Fima, a Brantia Bacoso Sana, or Modikoyeno.
Oh, we want the same here. Now you guys, instead of giving us products from Ghana, you want to come and operate a small shop. You want to come and sell in the streets. It's an unfair practice. No country allows that. Let me not even talk about other countries. I'm talking about South Africa. So Siyacela Baba, and we're having peaceful engagement with you guys. I understand maybe some of the things you might not understand, but we are not here to fight you, but we are here to warn you. Next time when we come, it has to be closure. South Africans must run the shops. You must also go run shops in the informal market in your own country. South Africa has DSTV there in Ghana. They've employed qualified, educated Ghanaians. They are contributing to your economy. They are not taking nail businesses. They are not selling on the streets. So we want order in the African continent. We want development in the African continent. So, and we are also pleading with the Ghanaians all over and Africans in general all over to go back to their respective countries and fix them.
One other video I'm hearing two ladies omo call baby omo ye adwuma omo air salon work ni bia sa say omo pese omo fi okọ ama ladies no e kire say omo are ready say omo beko enti omo de omo fa.
Again, South Africans are not playing. I got more respect for them and Kenyans right now. So I can't say all Africans, but West Africans got this bad entitlement about them, apparently, especially Nigerians and Ghanaians. They feel like they're supposed to have it easy. They feel like they are the superior blacks or superior, I ain't saying, excuse me, I strike that, superior melanated people. And, you know, to get that right of superiority, you have to back it up with blood, sweat, and tears. You can't run to other people's country and act like you're superior when you ain't did nothing but just showed up. Ain't nobody willing to give up their spot for you. You guys thought you could talk us out of our spot. And we're letting you know, no, we're not going. We're delineating, and the Democrats are going to have to accept this fact. I don't give a damn about this African-American term that Jesse Jackson brought wickedly to us for some bullshit. You know, it died with him. That African-American term got buried with him. It got buried with him. We never liked it. I was a teenager. We never liked it. He did not converse with us. We just woke up one day and in the newspaper, it said African American. We were on fire. That's why many of us, it's not about hating Africans. It's about how dare you just change our identity without even consulting us. How dare you just flip us into this confusion because you rubbed your elbows with somebody and made some fast cash. You made some fast cash and all of a sudden we got to bear the weight of what you've done because you made some fast money. We ain't going out like that this time. Now that we seen what Jesse Jackson did, we see you Al Sharpton. Yeah, we know you selling us out now. I can't wait for you to fall and not wake up. Oh, I'm going to celebrate your untimely unaliving. You know, every day I wish to get the news. I have no respect to give for you at all. I hate you. I hate you. I hate everything you resemble, everything you stand for. I hate you. You sold us out. You've been a sellout your whole entire career. You ain't gonna get no fucking celebration. We're gonna party on that fucking head. Oh, I showed that one already. Hold on, let me find another video. I have plenty of these videos. It's getting really hot and heavy though in South Africa. So many different things have been happening, and Africans are scrambling and scraping. And you know, they're online arguing with us every single day on TikTok and on YouTube. It's such a sad sight. I just hope that one day we will all get to the point where we're not even going to talk to them no more. We should just bar them from our platforms and just go on about our mission to do what we got to do. We can't keep going back and forth with these people. For what? What is the point of going back and forth with these people? We're not changing our mind. So what's going on? People are making a lot of money for all these arguments and debates. No is no. We told y'all no. We don't want to be a part of you. Okay? Get the other Africans bordering your country and go get them to unify. Start there. They're right there where you can go talk at and holler at them. Stop being online for hours arguing with us. It's ridiculous. We're sick of y'all. None of the stuff that you guys been pulling for all these years is working. Is emboldening us to really, really tell you like it is. Okay? So y'all wasting y'all time when y'all should be going back home and building up Africa. All this time you wasting on us for what? You're not going to accomplish what you think, because now we woke. We are awoke. And now we won't go back to sleep. I'm praising God for that, because many of us still, though, some of us, my God, for y'all to be holding on to the notion of blackness is despicable. And these people don't care nothing about you, have never shown you a kindness ever. I mean, anecdotally, one or two people does not amount to thousands upon millions of them that never, ever cared. And you want to cling on to one nice person when all the people that's in power is trying their best to do whatever they can to get ahead of you, to disrespect you. It's really, really ridiculous. I mean, some of you men are so embarrassing. I mean, me as a woman that can discern what I'm discerning, and you guys are clueless still. I'm like, damn, what happened to y'all? Y'all used to be supposedly leaders, and now y'all look like punks and tricks and hoes. Y'all need to wake y'all dumbasses up. It's really embarrassing. You got a whole lot of men laughing at y'all. All these African men, when you all chumming up with them on platforms, they're laughing at y'all. They know what they're trying to do. You dumb birds.
30 June, every foreigner in South Africa must go back to their country.
Condemn the violence. Things on the ground are taking too long to change.
People said we must go back. You are not going anywhere. We are Africa. We are not going anywhere. Yeah. We are not going. We are not going. Yes. They are fighting us here by the hospital, by the workshop. All over they are fighting us. By the work they are fighting us. You understand me? Why? What you doing for them to fighting us?
South Africans are about to make the biggest mistake they will regret the rest of their life.
So they're saying they're not going nowhere. But again, the deadline is next month, the 30th. So we're going to see. So this is entitled people. These are entitled people that go to other people's country and they laugh and mock and say, we ain't going nowhere. We're going to do what the hell we want to do. What you going to do about it? Okay. And these people are emboldened here in America, protected by the Democrats. And they talk reckless to us and then tell us to have a sacrifice to spare their seats. It's like, I want y'all all gone. I wouldn't give a damn if like 100 of y'all in one day were fired. I would laugh because y'all have not done nothing for us. So what would I care? Y'all made up y'all mind that you were done with us years ago. So we're done with you too. All of you guys can lose your seats and go get in the line for employment. Okay, get some unemployment or retire. You got hella money anyways. You've been scheming and siphoning the system for years. All you guys living a cushiony life to sell us out. We really are disgusted with y'all. Y'all can't use that blackness to me talking about we got to stand together. Bitch, when did you stand with us? Only when somebody dies, you like to use that death to make us all insane in the mind. Talking about racism this and racism that. We're sick of your games. We know all y'all games and all y'all tricks. It's over. So when they get hands put on them, are y'all gonna feel sorry? They dancing, talking about we ain't going nowhere. If somebody starts punching them in the face and grabbing them up real quick, I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm gonna have my popcorn watching it all go down. Just like I'm gonna watch it all go down here. Again, y'all came here disrespectful. Y'all wagged your fingers, said we wasn't shit. Now all of a sudden we are family. Now you want to sing Sister Sledge. We are family. I got all my sisters in me. I don't think so. You're not my family. You're a liar, a conniver, a scammer. Goodbye.
We are here. We are here.
The foreigners are still complaining instead of going back to their country. By 30 June, every foreigner in South Africa must go back to their country. And you don't need them here. We want to fix our borders. We simply want to fix the systems in the country. We want to fix home affairs. We want to fix the police system. We want to fix the Navy. We want to fix the SANDF. Because all those departments of government are non-functional.
Also needs to enhance and enable those travel.
And look how this black melanated leader is talking. That's why he got mocked and treated like trash when he went to go see Trump, because he's a joke. This is all they provide. They're either puppets in the back pockets of colonizers or they're dictators. There's nobody in the middle. There's nobody in the middle. They're either stupid or they're dictators. Who wants to deal with any one of these people? I most certainly don't.
Processes. The visa restrictions must be lifted. The border inefficiencies must also go away. They must be removed so that people can travel with ease. And there have been such things like visa on arrival.
He sounds like he's about to go to sleep, y'all. Man, y'all can keep this Pan-African garble lie and this unity bullshit talk. You guys can keep that shit and shove it. We don't want no parts of it. Okay?
Policies, single African air transport market, as well as regional tourism visas. Now, these are improvements that are being made.
Let me tell you why. At the end of the video, you understand why.
Anyways, we don't want to hear his. The South Africans are gonna be so regretful. No, they're not. They're taking care of business. And I'm so glad that we don't have to resort to any of that type of activity, though, that our government is doing it for us. Praise God that we do not have to get involved and we can steer clear of all the madness. Like I said, there's going to be a whole lot of people on fire if that birthright citizenship is taken out. A lot of people going to be screaming to the mountains. And they're going to be looking to us as usual, looking to us to sacrifice for them. And we're not coming. Okay, I'm letting y'all know early. We're not coming. Black Americans, protect yourself, because you might have people that want to take their frustration out on you. So be prepared. Have your pepper spray and have your legal weapons on you. Be aware of your surroundings. Don't be in crowds. just stay out the way and let things happen. Let it burn this summer. Let whatever happens this summer, let it happen. You just stay out the way. For the celebration of America, for God's sake, please stay out the way. Go home and barbecue with your family. Don't be out in public. Don't take a chance. Don't risk it. It's going to be a whole lot of people wanting to lash out and act a fool. Just imagine if that's overturned, that birthright citizenship is overturned. Oh my God. The emotion is going to be flying high. And everybody going to be talking to us yet again. All they know how to do is say our name. We everything but a child of God until they get in trouble. This shit is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Let me find this other video I wanted to show. But by the way, please hit that like button. I'm speaking real truth for my people. I don't care if you guys feel like we need to be beholden to you. We don't need to be beholden to you. I'm sorry. Where'd you get that from? Y'all need to be beholden to yourselves, among yourselves. Get that part right over there in Africa and holler back at us in about 10, 15 years after you do the hard labor and sacrifice that you should have did 100 or 60 years ago. You should have did that. You should have came over here. You should have been grateful. You should have been kind. You should have been helpful. And then we would have had your back now. But you gave us your ass to kiss the whole entire time. But just a few of you were nice. That's it. Most of y'all were standoffish. Most of y'all were talking behind our backs or in front of our face even. Cruel as cruel can be. And now that you're in trouble, you never saw this coming. Now you want to sing We Are Family and we all black. We all need to stand together. We all need one another. Africa. Our homeland. Go back to Africa. Shit. Why are you fighting to stay in America if you're so pressed about Africa? If you want to see it built, why aren't you there to build it? Okay? Don't tell us to do your job. That's a mentality of a slave catcher. We don't want to put up with that bullshit.
Foreigner or not, started to say things like this.
6:27 a.m. Up and grateful. Up and grateful. We don't go check our people, our small tenants them. You know, don't collect rent for all this place, South Africa.
For context, RDP houses are houses meant to be given to the poorest South Africans for free. And this guy, who is not a South African, is claiming to be receiving rent for those RDP houses. Several houses that are built by the South African government for the South African people to live in for free are owned by a foreigner, and he is getting rent from them. Firstly, what he's doing is illegal. And secondly, he has the audacity to boast about it on social media. So tell me, how would you feel if you were a South African and some guy from Nigeria did this?
These houses. Bingo, a Nigerian, the West Africans, again, they feel entitled. They feel like they're superior. They feel like other people should answer to them. They feel like they should be served. They're always the culprits. They're never too far away from being a part of the storyline. Always West Africans have this issue, and most of the issues that we're having online is with West Africans. I mean, now we're having problems with everybody because everybody's telling us to care and all that, but primarily it's West Africans. I think that most of us get along with South Africans, actually. And like I said, I have grown to respect the Kenyans because they do have a heart. And from what I witnessed from videos, they don't have that animosity in their heart or ill will. They might be some scammers, but some of them are actually nicer than a lot of other Africans that I could say, especially West Africans. But again, he's entitled. He feels like he needs to be served. He's taken advantage of the opportunity from the South Africans. so many other immigrants come over here with the same mentality. They dip in our identity of Blackness and African American. They claim to be us. They get grants and loans and scholarships on our name. And then they double dip with their own nation's grants and benefits that they get from their nation and from the government that gives them other stuff from their advocate groups. So they double dip in and out of our identity. And then they act surprised that we're no longer wanting to be called African American because it has not served its purpose to benefit us. It's been benefiting everybody off of us. They've been eating off of us. It's like we've been cannibalized by these people. And we don't want no parts of this no more. We got to stop this madness. I didn't know that Africans were calling themselves African Americans and Black Americans until YouTube. They had the nerve to argue with me saying that they could say that they're African Americans because they're from Africa and they're American. They argued with me. Many of them. That's why I said, oh, hell no. We have to officially declare African American no more. They can't claim African American because our history is still tied with the name. Our accomplishments is tied with the name. Our inventions is tied, unfortunately, with the name. They've been trading out all the other names that we've been called and then sticking that African American dumbass term on there. But these people have not accomplished nothing. And by using our name, they get an extra benefit. And we are stuck on stupid, thinking that these people are wanting to unify with us. They're cannibalizing us. They're doing a hostile takeover. So they thought. Oh, they were having at it with Biden in office with the auto pen. God knows who was in control of that auto pen. They had all kinds of money going to Africa. We never seen none of it. And now they're shocked that we don't want to unify. And now they're shocked that we don't want to touch the name of African American and we don't want to be associated with these people. They're shocked. Wake up.
Are meant for low-income earners who can't afford to build for their families. Gauteng Human Settlements Department says it is shocked that some citizens are allegedly selling these houses to.
This makes sense on why there could be some tension among South Africans. But we all know that Nigerians have a terrible reputation worldwide. Terrible.
Foreign nationals. The department says this is unlawful and it robs deserving families. Many have waited decades to get houses. Investigations are underway.
And yes, he does not.
Think about all the Somalians that have taken over, housing vouchers on welfare and scamming and sending money back to the terrorist groups in Somalia. I mean, my God, they use every opportunity to advance themselves over us. And now they're talking about they Black too. When they got in trouble, when before they never wanted to be associated with the word Black. They were raving about how they weren't Black and that's from the white man and that's a slave name and term. And when they get in trouble, we Black skin too. We Black people too. They know how to dip in and out of our identity. They know how to hustle our name. And we're tired of being used up and spat out like that. That's why y'all are getting the gloves off. That's why we're speaking our mind and not stuttering. That's why we don't care how you feel anymore, because we had enough. You guys have gotten away with too much for too long, and it's over. So let me show this last video, and then I'll wrap this video up. I hope that you guys would support by liking the video. I know I have a lot more looky-loos and a whole lot of haters apparently, but I still represent the truth. And like I said, I'm going to get me a lawyer to get a cease and desist on many of y'all. Y'all going to stop fucking with us is what you're going to do. You're going to leave us the fuck alone. We're tired of y'all. Okay? I don't have to walk softly because you're not my master. I don't worship you. You ain't did shit for us. So I ain't got to care about what I say and how I say it. You just got to get the message, get the fuck on.
Thousands of foreign workers are under increasing pressure to leave the country. So what's driving this anti-migrant sentiment that many have called xenophobic? And is politics involved? This is Inside Story.
Okay, let me read a little bit of the comments. I'm sorry, I kind of forgot about them. Let me get back to this. Thank you, Nikki, for hanging out with me. I really appreciate you. There's a whole lot of people that support a whole lot of, I guess a comedy show type of thing, or the vitriol of arguing back and forth with Africans. I guess that's a lot more popular than someone doing their due diligence of being protective over us, in defense of us. I've been slowly but surely building my file to build a case from these people that think they're about to take us over. And I ain't done. I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just taking a little mini break, hoping to meet new people off of TikTok and off of YouTube that can assist me with information, in hopes that they would have my back once I do get a lawyer, and that they will also be a part of this class action suit if we need to go there. If they get a cease and desist and they stop doing what they think they're doing, it's all well and dandy. The issue is if they continue, especially if they think they're going to get back in office and that they're going to resume with the bullshit of trying to capture us and make us over against our will. I'm not having that. I'm not going to idly sit back and just let it happen. That's not going to happen. No, not on my watch. You said they know if they leave America now, they most likely won't be able to come back, and I'm here for it. I know that's right. Like I said, it's kind of beautiful tears. All that smack they were talking, all that recklessness that they were saying for years, calling us slave babies. You ain't got no culture. You ain't shit. You guys are baby mamas and crackheads. Oh, they were having so much fun talking reckless to us. And now they're in this position. And now they're just hoping for a prayer that we will care. And we don't have no fuck to give. We're cold-hearted right now. You guys have turned us numb to y'all situation because you brought it on yourself. And now we really, truly don't care. They talk to Black Americans like they have some type of authority over us. That's because they're envisioning of having this authority. I'm trying to tell you, Nikki, that's what they envision to have. That's why that president walked to, strutted into the UN, declaring ancestors as his people, talking about he getting reparations for the transatlantic slave trade, when his people were a part of it. The nerve of these people. And then he had I got to find that video where he said what he said. He had the nerve to try to say something back. Some of our people feel, bitch, I'm not your people. What part don't you get of that? You said they don't even talk to us. They talk at us. They do, very arrogantly. Oh, they act like they're telling us like some profound thing. It's like, bitch, if you got all this knowledge, take that shit to Africa. The fuck? You said, I couldn't imagine living in a country full of this. Exactly. I used to think that part of Africa was a desert because they act like they never have any food or clean water. Man, I'm so glad that, I don't like the fact that slavery happened. I don't like the atrocities of what happened. But to be on this side of America now, with the world spinning, it's the best time to be American. It's the best time. And they praise scamming within their tribe. Yes, they do. That number keeps getting smaller and smaller. They know that story makes no sense, and we know it. Exactly. And they just want to try to guilt us. That's what they've been doing. Look at, the white man did this to us. He's stealing all our resources. You helped him. You showed him everything you had. You showed him how to enslave folks. And then he turned around and did you dirty. And you're just mad that you are not standing tall next to the white man and the China man and every other nation. That's what you're mad about. I don't feel bad for you, though, Because again, you left, if I have one ancestor that came from Africa, you left that ancestor for dead. By the grace of God, they survived. You gets no credit for our existence. None. I mean, none. These people just wanted to make us believe we were from anywhere but America. Exactly. They're in the same boat as Liberians as far as I'm concerned. They are not our people. They're not. And they're just going to have to be mad. I don't care. I'm just not going to be gullible. I'm not going to be manipulated. And I hope that the people here, what I'm saying, will take heed to what I say. I was looking that on Twitter. Which one? He said, I keep thinking about all the hair braiding shops they were in our communities and how you said they're probably doing spell work on us. I know they've been doing spell work on us. That's what they do. They're trying to destiny swap us out, Nikki. They've been working on it for years. And we are fragmented right now because of some people believing in Pan-Africanism, some people claiming to be African, some people are just stuck on stupid. I'm really ashamed of the men the most, especially if you're my age, talking Pan-African talk. Oh my God, you look so stupid. Oh my God, don't you see? A lot of Black American women go to them and get their hair braided, and you can do a lot of work on somebody and if you possess of their hair. Exactly. I've heard that they braid the fuck out of their hair to the point where it's like ripped out or it's too tight, and like they vengefully braid it too tight out of hate. I would never let nobody touch my hair. That's from I've done my own hair for the last 10 years. I got my hair dreaded. But prior to that, only Black Americans could touch my hair. I never let an African do my hair. Can't be cordial with these people. No, there's no more cordial anymore. If you stay quiet and try to be meek and humble, these people will run over you. These people will make it seem like what they're doing you agree with. That's why I have to be overboardly defiant in what I'm saying, and my narrative has to ring to the mountains because I refuse to let them silence me. I refuse to let them bully me into submission. I don't give a damn about this so-called Blackness. Go sell that to Africans over there in Africa. Don't come over here trying to browbeat us into submission. We're not bowing down to y'all ever. The only thing they seem to understand is hostility. That's the only time they understand. And you know what? They had their hair blown back because, for the last couple of years, I'm telling you, we've been coming out the cut talking crazy. Oh, you know what? I'm glad I said that. I'm glad you said that. Oh, this is video right here. Oh my God. I got a video from TikTok and this sister broke it down. There was a TikTok stream where they were saying, why are we Afrophobic? Why are we Afrophobic? And this sister got on here. I ended up getting on this platform, but I couldn't record myself. But I ended up going on here and they cut me off. And I yelled at them and said, where did I lie? They wouldn't even answer. I broke it all the way down and they cut me off. But listen to this sister right here. I'm glad you said that because I almost forgot. Come on.
The whole Indian thing. Like, that's how bad white supremacy is beat down on Black people to the point where they want to be everything but Black. And and I'll land with this, the saddest part is with the self-determination. White people, there's 700 million of them worldwide. They all don't agree all the time, but they do agree when they want to team up against Black people. So I just wish Black people could at least do the same thing, because there's 1.4 billion Black people worldwide, and obviously you can't get 1.4 billion Black people to agree on everything. But if we could just agree on dismantling white supremacy, I think the world would be a better place, because white people certainly team up against Black people. And I'll land with that.
Can I respond? Hold on one second. We gotta go to the doctor. We gotta go to the other people on the panel. I just want to quickly respond to the comment.
Hold on.
All Black people are
it's kind of low at first because I didn't realize it was too low. But when the sister gets on here, it's going to be loud because she's going in. It's going to be a treat for you guys to hear. So hang in there. But look, it says, is Afrophobia the hatred, fear, and dehumanization of Black people and people of African descent? Why is Africanness feared? Do all Africans and African descendants have the right to self-determination for their ethnicity without colonial validation? And I'll tell you what I said to the best of my memory, but just hang in there. It's kind of low right now. It's about to get louder in a minute, but
out of African descent, there is a difference between a continental African and somebody who was African descent. Continental African will refer to a person that is born on the continent, comes from a specific African nation, a tribe, speak a specific language, and even if they weren't born on the continent, if they grew up in that culture, they know their country of origin, their tribe, etc. would be an African. African descendant person would be somebody far removed from that, but their ancestors came from there. Go ahead, Dr. Fly.
Okay, so yes, I do think that Afrophobia is what you have up here. Absolutely. And why is Africanness feared? I think it's feared for several different reasons by several different people, if that makes sense. I think that YT fears it because they know that if we were to all acknowledge our roots, and if we were to work together, then we literally could deal with them. They know that. That's why they work very hard to make sure that we are always at odds, right? So I think that it's feared by
I'm gonna fast forward it because I really don't care about this heifer. Let me fast forward to the good part. Hold on. Let me see. It's kind of low at first because I didn't realize it was low.
About the white man is bad, but the definition of Black, which was written in the Western Dictionary, doing that. Read already.
Hold on.
Did you say that?
I think y'all research. We let not take a white T-man DNA test. Don't understand what we fearing from these people. The only thing I would have an issue with is just trying to be totally erased and put under a flat Blackness. I don't like that. I don't want to be labeled under flat Blackness. And it's funny to me how everything about the white man is bad, but the definition of Black, which was written in the Webster Dictionary McGraw by white men. So y'all okay with accept the definition of Black that a white T-man wrote, but then you want to tell me this and that, what you don't. Leave me alone. Exactly. Y'all do what's best benefits y'all, and so the fuck will I. Do all Africans and African descent have the right to self-determine for their ethnicity without hell yeah. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm self-identifying. I'm not allowing no white T-man, no African, nobody to tell me who I am. My genealogy is going to tell me who I am, and that's the fact that I'm going to roll on. Nothing more, nothing less. I will not take a white T-man DNA test. I'm sorry. Anybody else that do it, do it. I don't have anything against it if that's what you want to believe, but I know that DNA tests are suppressed. I'm doing my own research on it and finding out how they just dump our DNA where they want to dump it in certain haplogroups that benefits white T people best, because if they can convince us that we're not American, they can take our land and they won't take mine. So I'll just land there.
I have a question, and I can see you've been drinking the Kool-Aid, but
what Kool-Aid?
The indigenous Kool-Aid. But anyway,
I ain't drinking no indigenous Kool-Aid.
But
I've been doing my own research. Thank you very much. I'm smart.
That's not real research.
Just to let you.
That's called pseudoscience.
You don't tell me what's how you know I'm doing Howard studies. Boy, don't come here with that. Okay, well, I think y'all research. He let you talk. I think y'all research.
He let you talk. It's his turn.
Let me get
Who are you to check me? Who are you to check me?
Let me ask you a question. No, dude, you hear me trying to talk to him. Why do you keep doing that? After you get done. I don't care. But Keita, so you're FBA. You told me when you came on the app that you acknowledged that there was a form of an ethnogenesis. And when you spoke of the ethnogenesis, you acknowledged that it was enslaved Africans, it was Europeans, and it was indigenous groups. Is that correct?
Well, actually, the Europeans were actually what did I tell you? What did I tell you their nationality was? I gave you the Pacific.
Okay, I don't care. Did you say the ethnogenesis was Europeans?
Yeah, because I went to the Afro burial ground and I talked to the anthropologists, so
they
I know.
There were Europeans, enslaved Africans, and indigenous groups. Is that
but a low percentage. How low was the percent of Africans?
Lord.
And I told you that some people do, but everybody don't though. So
no.
Okay, I'm not.
Tyreek Nation.
No, fuck Tyreek. I don't know Tyreek.
How y'all
Stop
gonna
talking
use
to me about Tyreek.
No, Keita. How are you gonna use what this man coined as?
Okay, well, I'm going off Dr. Claude Anderson.
Lord have mercy. No, that's a lie. Y'all need to quit telling lies. Number one, Dr. Claude Anderson did not coin the term FBA. He coined the term Native Black Americans. Tariq Nasheed was ADOS. He got into it with the founder of ADOS, so he decided to start FBA. He specifically said out his mouth that he didn't want to use the term Native Black Americans because people would get them confused with indigenous groups of people. So he came up with the term foundational Black Americans. He himself said out his mouth that in order to be foundational Black American, you have to have some form of African ancestry. He said that. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Do I have to go to clips?
Please do. It's an amalgamation. Some people do. Some people will.
Can you hear it pretty well, Nikki? Because it sounds really low on my end. I'm sorry. I wish I would have had the volume all the way up. I didn't know. The way I answered it, are we Afrophobia? Afrophobic? I said, no, we're not. We just don't want to be erased. We don't want our history to be hijacked. We don't want our legacy and our accomplishments to be handed over to people that didn't do anything. We want to be as we've been since the beginning, since my existence. On my birth certificate, it's Black. I don't want to be made over because people showed up from other places. Again, it's a hostile takeover. It's trying to colonize us. It's trying to show and act as if you have authority over us. And I'm not going for that. I'm like, the problem and issue is that some of us feel the way of Pan-Africanism. I don't. And it's not right for people to try to make us be included to other people's guess of Pan-Africanism or trial and error, I would say, a guinea pig. People are guinea pigs to this idea. It's always been a guinea pig to where we put up everything and we wait and see how it happens. And in the end, we lose money. The other people are enriched. We are lost without money. We're stranded in another country. We have to fight with the people on the land of Africa once we get there. Some of us lose our lives over land disputes and the loss of businesses. Once you put up everything towards something, it could be snatched away. And I don't think that we should be guinea pigs for nobody. It should be on the onus of Africans that are actually from there, be forced, if anybody's going to be forced, to go home. We are Americans. We earned the right to be American. We are freed people. We do not want to be under the thumb and authority of strangers that do not have our best intention at heart. You can't tell me kind words and piss on me and tell me it's rain. I know and I understand what I've seen, like a Dr. Ericana, like I've seen like a President Otto, like I've seen like a President Mahama. They're all the same. They're wretched, scamming ass Africans who long to have authority over Black Americans. That's what it's all about. That's why there's an agenda against our identity. That's why everybody, every single waking moment of the day is arguing with us about our identity. because they're trying to trick us first before they try to do a hostile takeover by the help of the Democrats and the Congressional Black Caucus and the NWA and the Al Sharptons and all these other Ben Crump, all these other sellouts. We got to get ahead of that and get a lawyer. We might have to pay for a cease and desist from the lawyer. I hope I will get some people that want to ride with me and pay a portion, and I'll pay the other. We can split it. Get the lawyer to submit letters to the African Union, to President of Ghana, Mahama. And lastly, we can deal with the Democrats before 2028 or by 2028. But first, we got to deal with Africans. We got to deal with them thinking that they're an authority over us. We got to put it on notice that we're not going, so that they can pump their brakes, or we can take them to court and sue the hell out of them. That's my position moving forward. I hope I don't have to do this alone. But if I do, God willing, I will do it myself. So with that being said, you said you can hear? Okay. All right, I'll let it play. I hope I'll get writers to support me. I am always listened to, but I'm never supported. I barely get likes. I barely get any comments. It's really, really weird. I've done a lot more than most people have done since they've been on this app. I've written, like I said, I've written to a Attorney General about my congressional Black Caucus letter as proof that I wrote it to them and had it filed, and I got confirmation from him in 2021. Now I got confirmation from President Donald Trump. And the next step is to get a lawyer to cease and desist these people. And if they keep going with what they think they're going to do, we have a class action suit coming up. That's the strategy we need to use. This back and forth arguing with these people, they're never, ever going to leave us alone if we keep inviting them on platforms. I hop on platforms and argue with them when I feel like it, but I kind of stopped doing it as much because I have higher blood pressure issues now. But back in 2018 to 20, I was everywhere cussing people out and letting them know. I just can't keep that kind of energy. I just have to activate a different strategy of building a case. I would suggest that all of us write to Trump, write to somebody. I would say Trump, just to get record of it. Get it notary signed. Get it certified. It's only like $15 to get it notary signed. You do a petition similar to the one I read on another live. People didn't respect it, so I took the live down. I'm not giving enough support to leave my information out there. But I do share it from time to time to give people an idea of what they should be doing. Just think, if mass number of us, 10,000 out of 40 million, 10,000 flooded the White House with petitions in 1 week. Don't you know that would get a lot more attention? But y'all just want to sit back and take it easy and just argue with these clowns and not ever do nothing. I just feel like, oh, man, I'm so sometimes really, really let down by the men in our culture. They don't want to put their skin in the game. The women are acting more aggressive than the men. And that's sad. Y'all should be telling us to write letters. Y'all should be directing us to do stuff collectively, to make sure our voice is known and heard. But y'all sit back and kick back and do nothing. Y'all just argue and clown, debate, and act a fool online. And act like you're doing your part. And it's pathetic. It's actually pathetic. So I'm taking the lead and showing by example what it should look like if we really had leadership. And if you follow what I'm saying, you will eventually get results. It will take time to find a lawyer because most people don't want to rock the boat. But you can get somebody somewhere out there if you got the money. If we pulled money to help Tariq out twice, 3 times, 4 times. How many times? We can't pull money to get a lawyer to cease and desist these meddling wicked ass Africans in Ghana, in the African Union. We can't get together and put a hold to the Congressional Black Caucus and the Democrats to get off this Pan-African bullshit and let them know that we're not going for this. We don't care what deals you made in Ethiopia back in 61, 71. We weren't there. You don't regulate us. You don't own us. They think because other people made trade agreements and had a board meeting that somehow it means that we have to be on the timetable of what they think. The African Union is assuming by 2030 that we're going to be more integrated. And they have a year 2063 that we're going to be all the way integrated. They have said in their heart they're going to overtake us. I won't be around in 2063, but I'll be around for 2030, damn it. And I'm doing my part to represent my people and having their own voice and having their own consent and having their own will. Because like I said, when I was a child, I didn't have a voice. And I'm not letting nobody silence me now, under no circumstance. Y'all need to have that mindset too. Get out there and make a petition. You can go to the law library. You can actually put in the writing of what you want to write and ask AI to construct your petition, and it will actually make it better for you. Then you go and type it and get it notary signed and get it certified mailed and keep copies of it, build a case. So collectively, we can come together when they think they got us on the ropes. We can say, we got a lawyer. We're taking you to court. We're not playing with you. We're Americans. We're not your people. We're not your slaves. We got to have that attitude, y'all. Please wake up. Stop settling for jokes. Stop settling for beefs. Stop settling, going back and forth and debating these people. They're not coming to play with us. They're coming to take us over. If y'all don't get that, man, it's sad how bad we are right now. But I'm doing my part, y'all.
Have some form of African ancestry. He said that. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Do I have to go to Prez?
Please do. It's an amalgamation. Some people do. Some people were freed already. They're not freed men. Some people were already freed men. It was black. Okay. That's why. That's like stop it, like.
Hold on, Keita. I'm gonna pull up the tape, but in the meantime, in between time, I'm gonna let Aisha go and then go after Aisha because she's the last person that hasn't got a chance to speak. But I'm gonna go look for the video. Go ahead, Aisha.
Yeah, I want to be able to go on the open platform, so we got to be able open mic. So we got to be able to talk together. We can dialogue and converse, so we can't dance. You know what I'm saying? We got to pick one.
We can sing together, but we can't talk together.
Thank you.
Or half of y'all can't sing, so I would rather not.
I don't understand this.
Keita funny.
I don't get it. I don't understand it.
It's Aisha's turn.
All right. So, just to answer the prompt, is Afrophobia, hatred, fear, and dehumanization of Black people, people of African descent? Yeah, it's a fear and HAT. Sorry, I'm tired. HATRED of African people or people who identify as African. Why is Africanness feared? honestly, it's what this young lady just said when she came in, talking about I don't have a big nose, I don't have big lips, I'm not black AF. So it's that, yeah, it's the hatred of those features. That's what it is. That's what it comes down to. Because this is what I want to say. I've been noticing this about like Black Americans in general. I'm sorry to generalize, but this is just
my nose not big though. Sorry.
And
she's talking.
So there's a lot, like, I feel like Black Americans rate Latinos, like the typical Latino that's mestizo, lighter skin, wavy hair, whatever, even though they're not native or whatever, but they'll be like, oh yeah, they black. They just got on different shit. They black. Dominicans and Puerto Ricans be like, I know black, and they still trying to force them to be black.
That's Pan-African clowns. Black Americans could care less who thinks that they're a part of us. We do not care. We only care about ourselves. Those are Pan-African clowns. And she's acting as if we all trying to get Mexicans to accept us because we want to look like. That's Pan-African clowns. That's not us. It's not us. We embrace our features. We do not bleach our skin. None of that. Y'all do. Africans and Caribbeans bleach their skin. We don't. So what is she talking about? Again, they love to try to guilt us, to try to make us feel like we hate them or we think that they're ugly. No, we just think some of y'all look prehistoric, to be honest. Some of y'all look like dinosaurs, okay? You say that you're the longest person that ever lived and all that, and some of y'all do look like dinosaurs. I mean, that's not hate, it's the truth. You don't look regular. You don't look like us, okay? You're mad that we're not trying to claim you. We're not you. We're not from your culture. We're not from your country. We do not want to claim something that we never claimed before. It's not about hate. It's about our comfort. It's about what we have been known for being. And y'all are mad about that. You want to make us over, and we're not letting you make us over. And that's because you think you have the authority to make us over. And there, like I said, I already see the play. They're trying to make Black equivalent to African. And that's why we got to get ahead of this to, again, stop them in their tracks from trying to claim us and trying to change our name, trying to change our identity against our consent. Again, we don't need to be harassed like this. We're not their people. We're not their children. They need to take this energy to other Africans that have fled and apply that to the Africans to come back home and do what it is that they need to have done. Don't try to lecture us. We don't respect you. We don't know you. And now we don't like you. Okay?
They say, oh, why you keep on trying to call us African? We're not African. To African. And I feel like if the typical African looked like a Latino, they would be claiming us like never before. It's because we look a certain way generally, or white people say that we are UGLY, and they're not trying to be associated with what white people have called.
I've seen some very attractive African women and men. They don't all look prehistoric like dinosaurs, but some of y'all really do. That's the truth. Y'all look like really alien to us. It is what it is. You don't look nothing similar to us. It is what it is, okay? But there are some very handsome, what's his name? Idris, the actor, British guy that's always taking on our roles and stuff. He's handsome. The MMA Joshua dude, he's handsome. There are some. But there's some that really don't look nothing like us. And that it is what it is. We're not claiming Joshua and we're not claiming Idris either. We are claiming ourselves. And y'all can't respect that. No is no. Like when a woman deals with a man and he's trying to get her to go to bed with him and she says no one time, It should end the conversation of having relations in bed. But you guys keep talking to us, even when we tell you no, for the last 8 years. That's why I know you guys are hell bent to have dominion over us. And that's why we do not like you now.
UTLY and primitive and everything. So that's what it comes down to. You know, if we looked a certain way, like North Africans, Moroccans, they tend to look more mixed. What if all Africans looked like that today, for whatever reason? Y'all would be claiming us like never before. Y'all would be saying, "Oh yeah, I'm African." No, actually.
Again, they don't know us. I can't hear it no more. I'm gonna try to get a better recording next time. But to close, y'all, I really appreciate you guys being here. Yeah, they do look rough. They look alien to us in a lot of different ways. They do. That's the truth. They look totally different from us. And, you know, we supposed to pretend like they look normal, like they look like us because they got ears, nose, and a mouth. No, those nose and a mouth and forehead and all that is way off from how we look. Typically, Black Americans are youthful looking even when they get old. We have different variations of colors, but we have an undertone of red. We have very softer features. And it is what it is. We have softer features because we have different bloods within us. And we have indigenous ancestry here because we've been here for too long. They don't want to accept that because they want to run to the hills with the notion that we all came from boats and Ghana's trying to claim us all. Because again, he's the scammer of all scammers. And we got to stop this fool. We got to get a lawyer to cease and desist. And once that's been applied, then whatever they do moving forward, we can go to court and we can start suing their asses for harassment, for defamation, for anxiety and anger and all the emotions that they're causing us to have right now. We can bring it all to the forefront with honesty. I don't like somebody stalking me. That's how they're doing. They're stalking the fuck out of us. That's not a good feeling. Jumping on platforms, arguing with us, trying to corner us. Every time we have a good conversation, they interrupt the conversation and center themselves in the conversation. We're sick of it. I wish that you guys would disallow these Pan-Africans and Africans from uprooting your conversation, especially when you're vibing with your people, because we need to feel like we used to feel. We need that feeling of belonging. We need that feeling of understanding. We need that feeling of kindred spirit. And whenever we get on a good vibration, if you notice, they always run up and they interrupt the conversation and they stop the feel good vibes and they center themselves in the conversation and they start trying to guilt us and try to make us feel bad and try to talk about, oh, the white man's doing this to us and they're doing this to you. We're not on the same team. You guys are fighting to dominate us and we're fighting to stay freed as we have been. Yeah, we don't like everything done in this country, but we're still freed people. And we don't want to be under your dominion of power and control. If you want to act like that, again, you got plenty of Africans to start with all over the globe. You guys need to get a petition, not a petition, but a declaration of demands for your Africans from the continent to return home all at once so that you guys can figure stuff out. Instead of holding conferences, talking about reparations that should not ever go to y'all, which is very disrespectful. And the people that think that that's cool for them to represent us in our reparations when they were a part of the slave trade. This is what I mean about the mentality of some of you Pan-African dumb birds, you nutty bars. Nobody else would ever suggest that but us. They taking us for fools. And you guys are the most foolish types. I would never follow you men. Never listen to y'all. You guys are fucking weak. If you are a Pan-African, you a bitch. That's what you is to me. You is a plum bum bitch. You a bitch man, a weakling. Because you letting another man son you. You letting another man dominate you. You was a weak bitch. Anyways, with that being said, let me read this. Right, I don't understand why they're allowed to have a voice in our spaces. Exactly. It's really weird. Like when it's going on good, here they come. Pan-African gargle talk, or an African. Why you hate us? We don't hate you. We don't want to deal with you. We want to stay as we've been. Go gather your other Africans. They're so determined to have access of our money. They're so determined to have us under their thumb. That's all they dream about. They all dream it. They're salivating, licking their chops. Dr. Eric Connor and all of these clowns are behind the scenes wishing and willing and rubbing their hands together, hoping and praying one day they can have control over us. Because then they'll feel like they made it. Then they can feel like they're equivalent to what the white man has done. Domination. Yes, we got the control over the Black American. They're not free to run wild as they want to. We now tell them what to do and how they're going to do it. No, you're not. Not while I'm here, bitch. So with that being said, please like and share the video. You said we can't even have our own spaces to ourselves anymore without hearing somebody with a bad accent try to tell us about ourselves. I'm so sick of them. I've been getting on TikTok though. One of these times I'm gonna catch somebody real good. I hate the fact that they're able to mute and drop you, man. Oh, at least on YouTube, there's a little bit more dialogue. Because that's, they want you to try to talk you down. On TikTok, they don't let you get a role. They don't want you to make sense. As I stated what I said in that live on TikTok, they would not even respond to what I said. They wouldn't even respond to not one sentence of what I said. I said, where did I lie? She started talking about, why are you getting loud? Stop being loud. I was like, where did I lie? Do you want me to comment? Where did I lie? She didn't want to say nothing but my tone. Because, bitch, you didn't have an answer. None of y'all have an answer to what I say. This whole video is a conviction of y'all to the core of your spirit and intention, and everybody knows it's the truth. They don't want to recognize it because it's all about us and try to dominate us and control us and take us over. And all you guys are in on it. Every melanated fool from all over the globe, they're all in unison, holding hands on one core thing. How can we undermine Black Americans? We hate these Black Americans that don't have to go through what Haitians go through, don't have to go through what Nigerians go through, don't have to go through what Ghanaians go through, or wherever else we're getting genocides or they're pissed at that. They want us to be a part of all the struggle of what they're going through now. It's not enough that our ancestors fought and bled and died and all that, went to wars and everything else. And we had our civil rights and we had our abuses and other things too. Of course we did. They think because it's not as recent as what they're going through now, here and now, that they don't even want to care about what we went through. And they think that we should be where they're at. And because we have a leg up, they're jealous. That's the bottom line. And they want to dismantle our leg up. They wish us not to be protected in our birthright, but God had another plan. And we're going to see what's going to happen once that birthright citizenship rolls down. Oh, they really on YouTube right now and on social media talking to us right now. But we are not your safety jacket. And we're not Jesus, and we're not going to sacrifice ourselves for none of y'all. Y'all need to just get ready and go to plan B and figure out what you guys are going to do when you get back home. Okay, there it is. That's my suggestion to you. I went through plenty, bitch. You don't know what the fuck I went through. Thank you for that. You still on cool? Well, I'm about to get off now. I've been through plenty, bitch. You don't know my life. In fact, let me get you out of here, you wretched Get the fuck on. Don't like little gnats. I don't like gnats. Fuck. Don't know what the fuck I've been through. I've been through plenty. You said people with that much hate and negativity in them will never prosper. Exactly. I never, ever had these feelings I had until I just learned how they were trying to maneuver and manipulate and hustle us. I don't hate them. I hate their behavior and I hate their intention. And I don't want them around me. I don't want nothing to happen to them, but I don't want them around me. And I don't want them around us. And I don't want them to have any say on what we do and how we move moving forward. It's not their right to control anything, our destiny or anything else. They're trying to force our destiny to be a part of their plan. And that's not cool. They're trying to force us. They're trying to do black supremacy. We the black people of the black people. We the blackest of the black. You need to fall in line under our umbrella. No, bitch. I'm American. That black shit, you can keep it. Okay? Our history talks about blackness. It doesn't talk about you. It talks about our ancestors, not yours. So y'all can claim all the fuck you want about blackness, but when I talk about black, I'm talking about black Americans. And if we have to, when the time hits the fan, we can start calling ourselves just Americans, indigenous Americans. Okay, we can leave the black off, but we got to keep all our history and everything. We can't let them have none of that because they ain't earned shit. Okay. All right. Thank you, Nikki, for being here. And everybody, again, I want y'all to please hit me up on my email. If you have any suggestions and you can find a lawyer, it's got to be an international lawyer that can cease and desist this President Mahama. And we got to cease and desist African Union. We got to cease and desist the Democrats and the Congressional Black Caucus and the NAACP and all of them. It might take a little bit of money, but we have raised money before. We can do a GoFund. Phone just cut off, y'all. So with that being said, the phone is already burnt out. So thank y'all for being here. I'll be back again probably Sunday or Saturday. Thank y'all for listening. I appreciate y'all. Please hit the like button. I know I have a lot more haters, but if you are a Black American, if you're not hitting my button, what the fuck is wrong with you? All right. Thank you, Nikki, for being here the whole time. And thank you, Al. AI Hal, please hit the replay. I will upload the video for you right now. Thank y'all. Bless up. God bless. Again, for Black Righteous Folks, for gmail.com. I will not hit links. Just give me the information. You don't have to give me your real name, just the information, a real lawyer or whatever. We can go back and forth and talk via email. And I appreciate everybody's suggestion. Thank you.